Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello gamers, how are you? Happy Monday. Oh my god, it's been a day already, and I may get a call from work between now and an hour, basically, that I have to take, because chaos is real. It's event week next week, so everybody's stressing and all that, so I gotta take care of some shit. But until we do... Oh my god, he's calling me right now. Are you kidding me? I have to take this call. I will be right back. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I'm back, gamers. I'm back. It's like I was literally waiting till 5 minutes past 2 to see if he would call me back. I called him at 1:30, and then I was like, I mean, he could literally, it could take like an hour or something. Um, so I might as well just start streaming. We'll roll with it. And as soon as I fire up the stream, bro calls me. Sorry, guys. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's been a crazy day. Like I said, it's event week next week. For my Dutchies out here, I'm working at Riders Festival in Rosmalen in Autotron. So stress is real this week with everybody wants to get their shit sorted. So it's gonna be an interesting 2 weeks, and then straight into TwitchCon, straight into an airport, straight into Montreal. 2 weeks spending time with my dad before the Dead by Daylight anniversary event. Welcome back. Joining in 30 minutes. Perfect. Let me see who is here. Welcome in, everyone. Taze, congratulations on getting first, and thank you so much with your messages. Letting chat know that I was in a work call. I appreciate you. Glenny, congratulations on getting second. Dahlia, Joy Daily Doggo Tweet, thank you for the 59. Hex, thank you for the 46. Glenny, thank you for the 51. Taze, thank you for the 61. And it's been 95 years. Taze, how do you put up with me? Thank you for the 95 stream streak. Let's go, that's huge. Did the kitties return home safely after the cat sitting today? It was today, right? Or did you say Tuesday? I'm sorry. I hope it went well. Nice. Happy Monday. Dahlia, welcome in. How was your camping trip? It's so funny, Dahlia. I was talking about you today. I went to a new cat sitting job for a new family that I'm cat sitting over the summer. They have 3 cats. As I entered their house, she was like, oh, don't mind the mess. I've been on a camping trip and we've got the tents hanging out to dry. And I was like, oh, I had a friend. She had to pack the did you also have to pack the tent in the rain? That's kind of funny. I had to think about you. I hope the rest of your trip was an absolute success. I know you had a lot of fun. It's really, really good to hear. I'm doing well, Hex. Today's been a bit chaotic. Lots of appointments, lots of prep. Like I said, 2 weeks before I leave to Montreal. So lots of things to do. You're tired and good, but also a little anxious. Anything that's happening, Dahlia? Anything was causing this? Granny, thank you for the alert refresh and thank you for the hug. Oh, your connection is wobbly. Train. Yes, train connections suck. V, hi, good to see you. Welcome in. Perfect timing. Enjoy your daily doggo tweet. Thank you for the 29. V, how are you? How's your job? Kitties were back yesterday. I'm in decision mode. Yes, to see if we can adopt them. Good. Take your time. Like I said, I'm really happy for you that you were able to get this experience. Yeah, just see what it fits. If it fits you. That's the only thing you need to know. The cuts will get more and more adjusted. Don't be worried about that. Like I said, I went to a new cat sitting address today, and the cats were lovely. Usually cats get scared when a new person comes over, but all 3 of them, they were all very curious to get to know me. They were all very eager, very cuddly. So I'm looking forward to going cat sitting there for the summer. We'll mostly be a Nemi Wesky duo. Yes, we mostly will be, because you guys know I play my nemesis on the old 2v8. You mostly be a Wesker, yes. Everybody's gonna hate us, because all they see in 2v8 is Nemis and Weskers. But we're gonna roll with it. Work has been good, wonderful. You were on overtime the past 2 weeks? Shit. Okay, but you have a 5-day vacay coming up, end of this week. So you've been pretty exhausted. Yes, I can imagine. I hope it's working out. I'm glad that you get a chance to recover during your holiday. Sometimes a busy period can be good. Like I said, I will be jumping right into a crazy week. Probably next week will be crazier, but like I said, today there was already some stress about the event that's next week. If it's temporary, if you know it comes to an end, you can take your break after and then go back to normal regulate. I hope it's the same for you, V, because if it's a long-term thing, and it's like it seems like never ending, it's gonna take a toll on your health in the end. So I'm glad to hear that you have a 5-day vacay ahead. Are you gonna be doing anything, or are you gonna be just chilling and gaming? V, I'm thinking about you a lot this week. So I'm working on my cosplays for TwitchCon. I'm working on Michaela. I'm working on Sable. And I might have to redo my Sable fit from last year. Just different colors, because I'm not doing the exact same thing. For Montreal DVD Day. So that's what I am working on this year. You are a Wesker main. Yes, and you're a Resident Evil enjoyer, heck. So that makes total sense. They're very interested in Gwen, so that's my only concern really. But Tymo seems to think we can train them to leave her alone if I wanted. Ah, I see. They will get bored. My cat was all over the Beardy the first month. Mostly because she was upset about having to divide the attention. I hardly see her. I mean, it's been, what, 12 years? I hardly see her over at the terrarium. It was just in the beginning. Again, it's your decision. I'm just sharing with you my experience with my cat and my Beardy. But it's been very good to be considerate. After this week, you have 2 more weeks of overtime. Okay, then next to normal. Okay, at least V. There's an end date. Then it's okay, right? Can't wait to see how them turn out. We will take pictures. All right. I'm all caught up. Let's play some games. I need my blood points, guys. I put some points into Dwight over the weekend. Almost P60. So that's excellent progress. As you guys know, we have Megan at P80 and Talita at P80 as well, ready for anniversary to pop that P100. I think we can get Dwight to 70, and I will expect to pop P100 during anniversary as well. That will be 3. We'll see about Adam. Probably not. It'll be like last year, 3 P100s during anniversary. We'll be putting points into Orella. We're putting points into Sable, Gabriel, Granato. So always lots to work on, lots to see. Okay, who we're gonna play today? I have to play Guide for 5 games. That's my last challenge. Last quest, 2v8. 2v8 ends tomorrow, gamers. If you have any quests that you want to do, get them done. Get your points, get your rift shards. I am on the last one, which is play Guide 5 times. So let's get it out the way here and play Guide. I love doing gens rights. We all know it. We're just gonna roll with it. After this week, you have 12 days off work? Nice. Have you got anything planned besides TwitchCon visit? I just got added to the TwitchCon Discord today. It's good to have a network, guys. I get invited to things now. So I know where everyone's going to be and can plan stuff for meetups and make sure that I can tag along. And the after-con activities. Hey yo, Gilio. I see a Glorp text. Piano time text. 7TV is still on my to-do list, right? How are you, Jill? Welcome in. Jill, I had a TVT yesterday before our Alt League set. It was stressful, but my trick that I spoke to you about during the Unity of the Fog tournament for managing the stress and dealing with errors. It seems to be working because I played the whole thing. I played all 4 Survivor matches. We had Oni on Cold Tower. We had Wraith on Dead Dog. We had Doctor on Ratchet. And Blight. We absolutely slayed the Blight set, even though we had a horrible win con because of some really, really good and lucky RNG. Some good play from the Survivor on the other side. We absolutely slashed it. And then in the last 3 seconds, of that game, I fucked up. I thought we were doing a heal tech in the gate. And my fellow Survivor thought that I was crawling. And I ended up dying. Mori, even though I had Deli, so I didn't even have a chance because my teammate was already out because we all thought that we were out. Oh my god. That's really unfortunate because we did so well. But it's been a really good experience. Avian, welcome in. Enjoy your Lady Dogger Treat. Thank you for the 38. How are we today? I'm good. I'm already exhausted. It's been a crazy one. There's work stuff. I was just saying. I have an event next week that I'm running in Autotron in Rosmalen. It was a TVT, Jill. It was a friendly team versus team practice with Solis. I actually went up against Vale, who we are facing for Alt League on Sunday. It was a really good experience. I'm really happy that Rizzy dragged me along for that. It was I think it was my first TVT. No, second. And that's why I have joined other teams, right? Because I want the experience. Hold on. I deserve this. Fucking Ghostface. Unlucky. It's mine. Avian, thank you so much for your message today. That's really, really fucking great. Staying connected with everyone. So I appreciate you sending me that, gamer. I hope you are well today. Did you get your stuff sorted for Pesto? Are you spending a weekend? Or like the Sunday party situation? Little shit. Hi Burrito, welcome in. It was lovely hanging out. Is she on a pallet? It was lovely hanging out with you over the weekend in the Zeronix tourney thing. I see you're active there as well. I'm happy to see it. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 7. Where is this other person that went down? Okay. I'm going this way. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Good that you played all games. Yes. And then I chickened out again over Alt League. Loft had to step in. And Slender played Survivor as well. But maybe also after like... I'd been on, like locked in for 5 hours already because we did 2.5 hours of scrim before the TVT. So maybe it was for the best. Anyway. Yeah, some exciting things, guys. I tried out for 2 different teams, comp teams, over the last week, and both of them have let me know that I am welcome to join the team. They thought there was a good fit. I also thought there was a good fit, so I'm really, really happy. I am officially a member now of Team Lullaby. I'm also a member of Team Solace. However, there is still some building to do with that team, and it might change altogether to something else. But yes, overall, I'm really excited. I wouldn't even want to play that after a full set. Yeah, I think it was the best decision. Is he still following me? Fucking hate Ghostface. Trying to read chat, bro. Not too much planned. You got an appointment Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. Therapist. Time out on Wednesday. Nice, nice. Barbecue on Thursday. Driving back home after. So we can stay the weekend until my perfect. Yeah, I'm happy to keep you informed of any stuff that we're doing. Outside of TwitchCon, you can decide for yourself if you want to tag along. There will be more gamers there, more streamers, more people, but if you want, you are of course welcome to join. Work was free. Mathilde painted off. Yes, you just put Tuesday off. Yeah, that's again, we've talked about this before. That's really good planning of your days off when you're off office life. This is the month to do it. Why not take the rest of the week? Yes, because TwitchCon. Perfect. Where am I going? You haven't played ZBD a lot. But to be honest, might be better because when everybody's come up. Yeah, just take your break. For me right now, comp is really keeping me interested. So I'm quite motivated to keep playing the old DVD. Do I have to go for the save? I kind of want to just do my Jhin. I can't do this Jhin. Oh. You've been talking to Paige and Cal about the team and what my vision is. Yeah, that's really good, Jill. I am ready to share my vision as well. I did send Paige a DM about splitting my attention between the different teams because I want more activity. And I don't think that's what most people on our team want. I think it would be really good if we centralize that instead of every single person doing that in a DM with someone. Well, I feel bad for the Maria now. I did take the green tonic. She's dead now. And I'm here chilling, no hooks. Well, it is what it is. I've not been in chase. I've been smashing gens like a maniac, as I always do. But yeah, Jill, it would be really good. Oh my god, tell me you finished this, Jill! Bitch, why? Did you leave? Why did you think I'm taking this hit, you motherfucking child? That gen was 99. Come on now, please, for the love of God. It's done. It's okay. Are you fucking kidding me? running like a baby. Unbelievable. I took the hit and everything. People don't understand this game, yo. How many A speedos did you steal to make that jacket? How are you, Glenny? How are you feeling? I was thinking about your stream thing. With the other creator. Like, if you need help putting something out there, like, I can try to, like, look at it with you if you feel like you want to post something, like, even if it's your POV or whatever. I can help edit that if you want. I'm sure Courtney can as well. Since you're already annoyed making jokes about my jacket, let me tell you that I had fish for lunch, Glenny. It was a very nice sushi rice bowl with beans and salmon. Your nurse came today. I showed it to her, and she said it's bullying. That's the exact same I said. Hold on. I think it is bullying. Moving on. Good morning, my loft. How are you today? Like, I kid you not, Glenny. I was ready because I hear that there's gonna be community managers again at TwitchCon, right? I am ready to, like, address this with them at the con and be like, yo, is this what you had in mind? Holy spin! When you created a creator program. Like, I am ready to have that fight. You've barely slept, you're exhausted? Damn. Well, be sure to get some rest today. Bro, everyone is dead. There's an injured Megan still somewhere. Don't trust the ghost face, guys. He's gonna kill you. We're all 99. Don't worry about it. He's gonna kill the Megan. Look, 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 look. He's going. You can't trust the ghost face. I'm taking hits. Oh no! Shit. Oh, I tried. Big Gory, welcome in. Thank you for the follow overnight. I really appreciate you. And thank you for the lurk. I appreciate your support. Hi, Fowler. Welcome in. How are you? How's your weekend been? I saw you yesterday in Lake's chat. You were in the restaurant with me when we were playing, when he was playing Playtop. That was a lot of fun. Okay, that's solved. That's wonderful. I did try. I tried. You had a little breakdown earlier because I've not been coping well. I mean, it's such an awful thing to have to deal with, Glenny. It really is bullying. It's been really weighing me down. I understand, but like, remember, like, try to see it separate from like what you think the outcome could be or how it could damage you, because honestly, they put you in this position that they should never have put you in, And it says nothing about you. It says nothing about your person. It says nothing about you as a content creator. It says nothing about you as a D&D player, as a member of all the communities that you're in, and the value that you bring to that. Okay, that value, Glenny, is always there. Even though this happened to you, someone did this to you. Okay. Yes, you're well. Good, Fowler. Good. Hi, Wolfie. Bonjour. Have a great day streaming. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Guys, Wolfie is the captain of my new comp team, Lullaby. Very excited to be playing with them and learning. Growing together. Playing comp games. Tourneys, maybe. Leagues, whatever. Teams versus teams. Practice together. And brushing up on my French, because it is a French team. It's been a long time since I actively spoke French, but I can still read everything in the Discord, but it's definitely a big adventure for me and I'm very excited. You talk French, yes, but you also speak English, and I'm very impressed that you actually learned what you mentioned. You learned English through gaming. That's quite impressive. Let me run away from all that chaos. I go here. That's amazing. I think so, Glenny. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the fact that Wolf learned English through gaming is from being only French speaking is huge. You think it's not good? For self-taught, Wolfie? I can understand you perfectly. Oh. It's difficult, right? Communication. They saved him. They saved him. That was kind of funny. Because English is not our... Holy hell, this looked weird. English is not our main language, right? For neither of us, Wolfie. So the fact that we can actually communicate the way that we are is really impressive. I'm happy you can yes. I will teach you English and you will teach me to speak French. Because I would love to pick up my French. I had French in school, Wolfie. So I know basics. I had French for 9 years actually. I'm really shy and uncomfortable when it gets to speaking to someone in French. I have make a lot of mistakes still also. That's never... Like, it's always confrontational, right? When you're... My game for practice, yes. In it. Ain't mine either, bruv. Is that what we should be learning in English? Writing French is hard. Yeah, also. I think reading is the easiest one. The flying comas! Right, yes. Les accents graves. And all of that good stuff. Roadman things, yeah, fam. Fuck, my colleague's calling me back again, guys. Hold on, I'll be back. Can you hear me? Hello? Am I back? My ability to loop a Wesker as I'm on the phone with my colleague is oh my god. It's nothing to be laughed at. Oh. We have a nurse. Drunk man, yeah, I don't know what was going on over there. Fuck, I can't use this medkit to heal myself now. Oké. Maar ik kan ook spreken klein beetje Nederlands. Heel goed Thees. Het is niet zo goed. Ik begrijp meer dan ik kan praten. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's what I was saying about French as well. Like, I will understand the conversation in French better than I will be able to express myself or write in French. Oh my god, there's a Wesker right there. Oh my god, there's a nurse right there. Taking off. Bro, the fact that I was not able to pull off this heal. Guys, we're so international together. I love that. We speak all of the languages. That's wonderful. Wasn't this gen almost done? I'm sick. This Renato's wearing a suit, guys. The fuck? You're lucky the killer's not powerful? Yes, that nurse especially was not an impressive player. Where are we going? I mean, that's the thing with pubs, right? It's hit and miss. Sometimes you get a really confident Wesker. And sometimes you don't. Okay. Nice grab. Could be a ping hit, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this is a dead end. That sucks. Hex has gone live, guys. We'll be joining them shortly. 2 days until you get your record player. Nice. Oh my god! I don't know, man. I think he's just happy to be here, honestly. Oh, wrong side. Holy hell. Is he just swinging for to swing? Bro. Are you kidding me? They've got to be on ping. They're not on ping. I'm a flop. It's fine. Round 5 gens. The chase is not my strong suit, Wolf. I am better in sitting on a gen. Not in chasing with a killer. Went for a meal on Saturday night with Timon and her parents. They spoke Dutch almost the whole time. Where are we going? Where's the gate at? Are you... Do you guys know where we're going? I don't think so. There's a Wesker there. I'm not going there. Hello, do we know where we're going? This way? Thank you, Renato. Thank you, thank you. Oh wow, that's huge! Fine, because it helps me learn. Yes, I understood most of what they said. I just so struggle way too much talking back. Yeah, but that makes total sense, Days. Especially the difference between English and Dutch. Okay, you can save him, right? It's not easy to speak. Come here. We go. What a hero.
Who let the dogs out?
Your dad is also about you. Also record for your birthday because all the other person he ever bought me. That's so cool. You're trying there? I don't know.
Pandoka DBD followed your channel.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Hi, pretty. Welcome in. How are you? Okay, hold on. I'm joining. Hex. Hold on. Bear with. A collab. Accept. Right. Just saw your live. I want to show some love. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Bear with, guys. I'm just setting up my collab with Hex here. There we go. The collab should show that we are streaming together now. Wolfie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Let's be in your server.
Wolfinus followed your channel.
Okay, I'm in the server. Discord sound. Let's see if they can make a lobby. Sorry for the ad break, guys.
Hi, Micah.
Hey, good to see you. Let me drag us to live. Hold on. There we go. Otherwise, people might think that we're gaming and they just join in.
Yeah. There we go, I invited you.
Yes, I've got it. Thank you, and thank you for setting up the co-stream, the guest star
Yeah,
as
you're
well. You can, yes, if you want to. I'm in an ad break, but we can start. I'm trying to get you on the stream, the Discord sound. It's always finicky for me. There we go. Share chat, guys. This is why. Very good. I saw Meg with this outfit today. She was very strong, so I have high expectations.
the full outfit. That I just changed the skirt. This is like Granny
Oh,
Warrior.
okay.
This is like Granny Warrior. What I call.
Ah,
Yeah.
nice. I like it. I like it. How was your weekend? Did you end up doing a long stream or no?
I think I finished it on 10 or 11 hour. Oh no.
Ah,
No. Hold on. Actually, I don't think I ne I sorry. I can't speak. Anyway, um, I haven't streamed this.
ah, okay. So
Yeah,
it was just your really long stream before the weekend then.
I guess so. And yesterday I went to a family event as well, so I did touch some grass yesterday. How about you? How was your weekend though?
Yeah, good. I'm trying to remember. I've had such a chaotic day today already. Um, I'm trying to remember. Saturday, I think it was chill. Played some games. Yesterday I had obviously I had the stream with Lake, which was so much fun. We had so much fun on the Double
Yeah.
Trouble healer. It was so good.
How was RV?
RV, yeah, also funny. I have a clip from Lake where I'm kind of like walking around exploring and I don't hear him behind me. So I'm turning around and you can see me like looking and thinking like, what did he do now? So I'm kind of like standing there going, did you fall?
Who let the dogs
And I hear
out?
this, no. I hear this, no, in the background and I'm like looking over the edge and there he is. He tumbled all the way down with the fan and everything.
Oh, it's your
Hole
it's
4
your
Ghosty
favorite.
Yeah, I
followed
know.
your
It's my
channel.
second ghost face of the day, by the day. It's gonna be that day, isn't it? It's gonna be
And
that
Array
day.
as well.
Anyway, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Happy Monday. Welcome in. Hondo, good to see you. Oh my god, are you excited about the tournament on Sunday? I know it's your first. How the hell did she get away with that? That's very strong, Yunjin. I'm not gonna lie. Enjoy your day, Doga Treat Hondo. Thank you for the 4. Oh my god. No pellets? Oh my god! I was not expecting him to come from there. Wolfie, you actually have Dan in your lobby. That's crazy. Oh, there's no pellet here. Oh, there's a short swing there. Okay, eat that. I leave. I use my map. Where's the pellets? Guys, where's the pellets? GG, no pellets. Oh no, there's nothing here! I spin it. Nope. You were gonna ask? You were so ready? I'm so not ready. Oh, did he left? Well, basically your lobby. Yes, we will remember it, Wolfie, as the day that he was in your lobby. Are you gonna be playing Survivor and Killer, Handel?
I'm being tunneled, by the way.
Actually, that's not very strong of them.
But I mean, Raiden doesn't really know that I was, I guess, hooked, or maybe he
Yeah,
knows,
it could
but,
be.
But he still
Ghostface,
went for
Ghostface,
me.
Ghostface, Ghostface, Ghostface. Yes, sir. Oh my gosh, you're across the
Oh.
map from me.
I spawned right where the green tonic is. Hell
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Let me see if I can get you so you can grab that tonic.
Vittorio got me.
Okay.
was patiently waiting
You're
for
playing
him
both?
to get the
Okay,
thing,
good.
and he also nodded at me as well.
Hello? Hello?
The-
Hello? Okay. Renato is AFK. I just tried to save an AFK gamer. I just tried to save an AFK gamer. W me.
Wait, what was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
No, there was an AFK gamer on a hook. I tried to save him, but
Oh.
obviously he wasn't going anywhere. I believe.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I love doing that, saving an AFK gamer. Like it's a free flash and save.
You'll be playing both? So exciting. That's what you're planning anyway? Nice. It is. If it's Ghostface in the lobby, I'm about to throw. I'm so ready to throw this game, Glenny. I fucking hate Ghostface, you guys know that. No Ghostface? Get blocked.
Oh shit.
Tomorrow, you tag Ivan, Dan, and Doc? What do you mean, Wolfie? You're expecting to, Oh. Tag them on social? This game is getting out of hand, Joel. We have
Not
one gen done.
respawning from a gate to the gate.
I mean,
I
there's
di-
7 gen. Oh, you're gate to gate? Okay. We're
Yeah,
at
I
7
died-
gens!
Yeah.
Where everybody's
I-
death hook.
Yeah.
What a
I
start.
I died at the gate and I spawned right by
At the other, that's crazy. Well, we're very far from getting opening
hi.
gates.
Yeah.
Oh god! You already have a small list of killers who you want to play. Nice. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't remember the Yanshin, I can't lie.
It looked like it, right? Yes, she knows. Good stuff. I'm a pelleter, hold on. If she moonwalks through here? Oh, okay. She didn't. Top 1 team global? Yes, I've seen them play, obviously. I don't really check profiles, but there's no way that my MMR is high enough for me to be in the lobby with them ever. Hello, gamer. Calm down. I got you. Unless they all got banned. I'm not expecting any... Is there even...
Oh shit.
Oh. Is there even... banned?
I think that was me. I don't know.
Yes, you did it. What was that lag, by the way?
I don't know. All I know now is that I flashbanged myself as well.
Oh, you saved me. You saved me. Thank you. W
And
save.
yeah.
Yeah, I need to get this guide challenge out the way and slap on the old torch bearer so I can save also.
Oh shit, I'm
Is there
alive.
pick and ban rounds? I've not seen anything about picks and bans, except for
Never mind,
accessibility,
that's
like
about it, doesn't
Plague.
give a fuck about me.
Plague and Doxer, there's accessibility issues with those. Oh, she's on a pallet, that's so unlucky. Maybe I've not read the latest information, Handel. But it's very exciting. Yeah, for gamers, for those of you that don't know, on Sunday, me and Handel in chat here and Jill in chat here
I don't know
are
what
all
like when it's game on.
playing in the Blood Market tournament arranged by our fellow Dutchie Zoronix. Is he coming back here? I don't think so. Maybe one, two of them, another third, 3 rounds.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna die now, definitely.
Really great survivor and killer. Yes. I know them. I just didn't understand what you meant with someone's dying on hook, by the way. Bro, this game is fucked. Here's a wraith, here's a wraith, here's a wraith. I didn't, sorry Wolfie, I didn't finish my sentence. I didn't know what you meant with I tag them.
Yui tamed the Ghostface. Ghostface is friendly to Yui.
I got you. There's a pole. Ah. Yes, but that's accessibility. I thought when I hear bans, it's like picks and bans, like how you do for tournaments. But I think this is more about accessibility, no? Like people that have a fear of clowns, like you don't want to... If there's someone with a severe, like, accessibility issue, you don't want to put that killer in your pool. But yes, you're right, I remember...
Badrox like Yui didn't tame the Raid. Raid is not friendly. Only Ghostface is friendly to her.
Well, I guess it's not a duo then. Let's see what happens here. I try to smash it on a gen, because why not?
Yeah.
Zero posted small talk about bans. Took like an hour.
And Ghostface is trying to protect the Yui from the Raid.
No, yeah, you don't have to tell my handle. I will have a look myself after. I've been in a constant on the road today between work, going to the horses, meeting new people for cat sitting job, preparing for stream. I picked up a new curved screen that I'm really excited about.
Will not be dead because Ghostface was saying no to Raid.
And now they're saving her. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm smashing gens in the meantime. If they kill me, it's
Yeah.
fine, we can go next.
Exactly.
Yeah, map Polarians can be fun. I hate Ghostface. I think it's so boring. Try again. What we doing, gamers? Ever since days, Ghostface on Larry. It's not if I play. I'ma die. Coleman alone. I hate Ghostface. It's so boring. I mean, you need good comms, I think, for a Ghostface game on Larry's, right? If your team can comm well where he is, I think you have a chance at a good game. They did ban Plague and Clown, but there's still other bands. Okay, everything's in the news channel. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I will have to look at that later. Did I get my quest done? Because I'm kind of okay. One more game as guide. Kind of done with Doom Gens. Yeah, I got a curved screen. It's one of my husband's friends. They're from South Africa. They've lived here in the Netherlands for a few years, and they now got a job opportunity in London. So they are going to the UK. Ooh. And I bought his screen from him. Look. It's a curved screen. Oh. So he will be, he wanted to get rid of some stuff. I also took the water fountain for the cat. He didn't want to bring that. He said, "Do you want a water fountain for your cat?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take it off your hands." His cat just ended up splashing all the water. He didn't drink, he didn't use it. The cat was like, "What the fuck is this fountain?" And just kept splashing all the water over the floor. So he said, "My cat doesn't use it." I said, "We'll try it." So I took that for my cat. And I bought this curved screen from him. You need perfect comms for them. So good. Yes, I'm very excited. So I just got this 2 hours ago. So I didn't have time I didn't have time to get it ready for today's stream, but I'll be looking at it tonight. You have 60 Hz for your screen? Yeah, screens and gaming, it's a whole different story, isn't it? Yeah, I'm really excited to test this one.
Ooh, one of the killers is on 144 ping.
Oh, nice. Love to see it. Where are you going?
Oh, it's an enemy. It is you.
It's me.
Only a nemesis and only is on the high ping.
Okay.
I'm on the main, by the way.
Oni's going towards the fog vial. Where everybody is, basically. I have 3 screens, Glenny, so I will be replacing one of them. So I have quite a big screen. And 2 smaller screens. I've kept one of the smaller screens because I can use it as a vertical as well. But I end up
I just go straight into Oni.
Those things happen. So I have to, I want to keep one of the small ones because I can use it as vertical as well, but I use it in the beginning for chat. Hi Boku, hi! But now I just use it, I use it as just a horizontal screen, and I have Hex's stream up and my Discord. Because I have my game on one screen and my OBS on the other. But I'm gonna need to find out what I'm gonna do when I install the curved screen. Ed, you destroy average player with him. And you destroy the average player. I bet, Wolfie, but you're a very strong killer player overall. I'd like a vertical, but I just don't have the space. Oh my god, they both died. That's so unlucky. Well, I'm a flop. It's final. Who's dying? Bro, everybody's on hook here. Where's the rest of the team? Okay, people are going for saves. Okay, that's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Well, Noga, you're good? Wonderful. Good to hear. Bean? Nice. I'm good too. I don't know if you were asking me, but I'm doing well. Oh. I don't need this. You're always good? For real? Nah, that's gotta be the best feeling in the world. If you're doing well, that matters. Yes. And you. Yeah, I'm chilling. No, I'm stressed. I maybe have to do another work call. URL. Happy Child. Is that Happy Child meme? Oh my god, that's so good though.
Oh, hello.
Hi. I will be dropping check. It's done.
Viva got the zombie area. Oh, another one, mate.
Oh, he's on the outside.
He's gonna take a while to go to us.
Look at him go.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll come back. Took a little risk. Bro, imagine popping your power for that.
I get on any and two zombies chasing me. There's like 3 people.
Are you
What
kidding me right now?
happened? Oh,
As I was on a blue tonic, by the way.
no. Only is Shadow, we have to be up there.
He's with me.
Not Mia dying at the same spot that Alita died.
That's crazy.
And I saw that both twice. I'm traumatized.
Aww.
Man, I'm gonna get full cage.
I'll find you.
Right by Shark. Well,
I see
kind
you.
of.
Nice.
I'm gonna raise my flashlight.
Oh shit, you have to go.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm dead. Yeah, I couldn't do anything.
That's a tree, bro.
Nice try.
Ah, that sucks. That sucks. No. Damn, it was almost hedged too.
Wait, Ace has 3,732 points. What the
Nice.
fuck did he do? What the fuck did he do the whole game? Orela is in the loca.
Okay, thanks, Gigi. Lake, welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday! Exclamation mark dance in chat! GG's.
But yeah, at least you can see, at least you can those rolls now. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Perfect.
Whiskey and Nemi.
Yeah, there we go. Lake, how's your day going? I know you had a busy schedule and a 5 a.m. start. How are you
And
today?
I'm also using the stars skin.
Nice.
That's the only one that I have, basically, so.
Ah, I mean, that's good. You mean apart from
Yeah.
the basic, I don't have anything on Nemi.
Yeah, me neither.
A bloody skin, I think, and a normal. I take the bloody skin, I don't know.
I don't even have
It's
the bloody
going
skin.
shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit. Is there a lot of traffic? Why is it shit? Do you need me to send you a funny clip? Because I got funny clips from yesterday. If you want me to cheer you up. I'm making a TikTok, best believe.
Blood and chocolates. Nice name, Sable.
Blood and chocolate. You need to see?
The same.
Yeah, I've
name.
not made a TikTok yet, but the I can send you a funny clip, I think, if you want. Did you see that I've posted I took some clips on your channel as well, I think. Oh, I may have deleted one because I've automatically clicked it. Everything went to shit. They're not the roads. The roads are fine. I watched all the clips. On mine? Oh, I was still going over them. Before going to sleep. Nice. Then you must have caught them before I edited because I did that editing at like 12 a.m. last night. So I kept the good ones and I've obviously downloaded everything for the TikTok one. Yeah, we're sleep 11, yeah. So obviously I don't keep all my stuff online, I just remove it. Okay, let's go. Ah, she's a pre-dropper. Okay, good.
WP dropper.
She doesn't look behind her and chase. Hold on, she pre-drops it. She doesn't even look. There we go. Hold on. There we go. GG's. ADAS baby, if you run into her.
Steam is a looper, I can't lie.
I forgot to send me a clip. I hate the 50-50 pellets more.
I grabbed Ada from the chest.
Fuck! Nice. You made with metal? Okay. Of me flying. Oh yeah. Because I should have that. Nice, good dodge.
Then finishing or doing the main chant.
Moving off. With this 50-50 pellets, I don't know how
I
to
stopped
do it.
Michaela.
Jump from the window. Thank you.
Nice.
The 50-50 pellets is where I'm trash, Glenny. I can't do it. I get frustrated. I get annoyed.
Yeah.
Against shitty survivors, I can play killer fine. It's the ones that know what they're doing.
Oh, they got two tonics, I believe. Because look at the hooks. They found two of the tonics.
It's raining Michaelas, it really was, Phoenix. How was your stream yesterday? I was lurking. Thank you for stopping by today. Oh, baby Ada, hold on. This is more of me. You know, there's a whole second map. Oh my god, we didn't even manage to finish the first map and there's already a second map.
Okay, both one of the Adas and Michaela are dead on hook.
I know how to hit a trash survivor. That's not the issue. This I can do. It's the people that know what they're doing at a pallet, at a 50-50 pallet. Phoenix Adora Daily Doggo Treat, thank you for the 9! It was mostly fun. Some TV8 matches got on your nerves. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine that. Games can be frustrating. See, this girl, I'm already... Well, at least the pallet's gone. Pellets? Where are we going? I'm glad it was fun overall, though. She didn't go here. Hello? Oh. I got lucky on the zombie. That zoned her like a crazy, like a maniac. I saw the clip where I saved you from being blinded. Did I have a clip from that? I know you got an insane headshot shot on an Ada. Hold on. Good teamwork. Second map came out just before it started. Oh, I didn't realize. W zombie. See, that's why we play Nebula over here in this house.
Nice.
Good teamwork. Let's see it. I completely lost that other survivor. Probably a zombie again. Holy distance. Ah, the same tile, guys. I'm just gonna eat this pellet. Fuck it. I got stuck! I got stuck, bro. I'm sick. See? There's a couple baby survivors in this game.
I grabbed Claudette from.
I
doing
saw
the
that.
totem.
I saw it on Aura. W grab.
She was doing the totem.
Yeah, there's some baby gamers in this game. Who's coughing? Steven? Oh my god, what am I doing?
W zombie.
It's just a baby.
Yeah, several babies. Holy Steven. Beautiful. You have to think fast, bro, in these chases. You're a baby survivor. I don't believe you, Phoenix. I get that whip. We get those. We hit those whips.
Can they stop? Can they start dying? Jeez. Like maybe hooking them the whole
Yeah, they must be. A lot of them must be death hook.
Like start dying. Thank you. In game.
W vault. Where are we going? It's so free, bro, with the sprint bursts.
Finally, to deaths.
This is not the survivor I want to be chasing, guys. Nice. Hold on, I come.
I got you.
Thank you. Nice teamwork.
And he is.
This is one of the better ones. If I would have been in chase with the Yundin, I would have got her solo. Spicy. Juicy! Yes, very juicy. That was good.
We are
Good
getting
stuff.
up.
Hold on, I have a Steven.
Oh, hi. Nice. I'm gonna take him.
Yeah. Beautiful, thank you. What's happening over here? Ah, thank you. Good work. She died to a zombie. She was AFK.
As she should. I mean, who said that?
Good job. Well done. Alright. Last gen done. There with you. And 3 survivors
Lara.
left. Yeah, I'm coming. I didn't even see this Lara the entire game.
I cooked them twice.
Oh, nice. Okay, no one's on check gates. Good check. go.
You get her, you get her.
Okay.
I'm gonna...
Oh,
Yeah, they probably... Yeah, they
you
also
saw.
crashed the game.
You just saw Claudette flying.
Nice comeback, though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got a hatch here.
They were teabagging.
They both
Haha.
left.
Yeah, they were teabagging
I
at
mean,
the
as
game.
they do. Very strong. GG's, well
Yeah.
played.
Jeez.
Good collab. Good work. You were the hatch, yeah, we just closed? Nice, thanks for being here.
Hell yeah. I'm debating something.
Tell me, you want to queue up with someone else?
Huntress or Oni?
I'd love to see you play some Oni, honestly.
Okay, fine, Oni it is.
I'll try to keep an eye out later if you're in power. If I can do the pickups for you so you can keep going.
Yeah. Let me be Kate as well.
Great. Oh, nice. Love to see it.
Well, I'm kinda matchy. I don't have the shirt. And I don't really have the hair. I have the blonde one.
Yeah, no you, Phoenix. You know what, guys? I deserve some Diet Coke, honestly. I'm thirsty. Fuck, I still have to call that girl for work, because she's stressed. I'll do it after this game.
Oh, one of the killers left.
Well, then at least it's not a duo.
True that. I know Cloudet's name. Just because.
Just because, it's very strong.
Two of the survivors left and another killer left
Yeah.
as well.
Alright, new survivors. New
And a
killer, okay. Everybody ready up. They
Please,
saw the Kate
exactly.
duo and they got scared. That must have been the case. Honestly.
Probably. The keys are too strong.
Survivor left again. Nobody wants to play. Come on.
I mean, it's Monday, to be fair.
It's Monday, true. You see two Kates and you're dodging? Not the Kate hate.
The fact that then the entity despises Kate as well.
Yeah. We have 4 torchbearers, by the way. 2 escapists,
And
1
yeah.
healer. I don't know. I'm too invested in it now to dodge. I don't generally dodge lobbies anyway.
Yeah.
A survivor left! Nobody wants to play this game! For fuck's sake.
And the first killer did not ready up whatsoever, by the
Ugh.
way. Zarina, please stay. I beg you. You know what, let me switch to God. Actually, no, I'm not gonna switch to anything. Fuck that. I was gonna say let me switch to guide, but no.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to. You can just play whatever you want. Would be your luck to dodge a lobby and get into a worse lobby. That's funny, actually. The karma, the irony of it, kind of funny. We love that. You're disabled on the left. Hi. LAK, is that you? Anyways, thanks for sticking. This lobby took forever. I hope it's gonna be a good game.
Good luck, have fun, Sibo.
Literally. Come on, good game.
Imagine somebody DC.
Yeah, I mean... Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. Alright.
Finally. These took fucking forever.
I did.
Jeez. But hey, at least it reduced a bit of our waiting queue time.
Yes.
Nothing.
That's true.
That's the only positive
That is.
thing about that.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you're absolutely right.
Spirit. Spirit and Chucky.
Okay.
Spirit has been longer as well.
I don't know what we're doing, gamers, honestly. Do people play without sound or something? Like, did that Steven not hear that the spirit was right there?
I was lurking to try to see if I can get a flash save once he goes
Unlucky.
down. But then she saw me, and then I think that's why he was standing there a bit. Both of them are on 70 ping.
Okay, good check.
Oh my god, 2 hooks and 5 chens?
Yeah, and I'm gonna give a green tonic to this girl.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna cleanse the totem for more blood points because why not? You know some.
Nay, come
blood
back!
point. Oh. Looks like she doesn't give a fuck about the tonic.
Okay. It's whatever. I'll be taking it myself later.
Or if I get to the cage first.
Yeah, then you can have it, 100%. Is someone AFK? Because this game is getting away from them really fucking quickly.
I don't know.
Okay, it's right here.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Come.
Thank you. I'll be taking that gladly, because I'm a selfish bitch.
Yeah, 100%. It's for us. We tried to offer it to people and they said no, so yeah. It's ours.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go unhook the Sable. Never mind, she's been unhooked. One chin.
Yeah, this is getting away from them really quick.
I feel bad.
Yeah, me
for
too. I was
Speedy.
gonna go for a save, but I'm gonna leave it. Just do it, Jen.
I feel bad for the Spirit because I don't know where Chucky is.
Yeah,
I don't even know if he's moving or not.
yeah, I don't
Or
know.
like if he's just bad.
I only see one person in chase the whole time, so it must be AFK.
Spirit's on me.
Well, we got the last gen here.
You get this. Never mind.
There's a rock there.
And she was also facing, kind of front. Oh, I spawned right where someone's opening the gate.
Good. She's coming this way though.
He's okay.
Nice, that's a Sable. Beautiful.
And I does at the gate as well. I'll also wanna see when he's fucker little ginger fuck is at. Also, I wanna leave, so
Yeah, you
let me just go.
can just leave.
That was a nice match though.
It was easy, if anything.
Yeah. Yeah, Chucky only had 4,000 something blood points.
Unlucky. These things happen.
This is why I mostly don't want to solo queue onto V8.
Yeah, I can understand that. Gamer, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads.
Do you wanna be Orella after this?
Yes, 100%.
Area. Oh my god, it's a Leon.
Oh. Everyone ready?
I can't believe that everyone's ready.
Yeah, I know. I was literally just reading some Discord messages still. And then
Hell yeah.
I looked at the ticks and I was like, oh, I'm literally the only one. Maybe I ready up. Maybe I just ready up.
Yeah. Torment Creek. Nemesis and
Yeah.
Oni is on 140.
God, they
Could this
always
be the
are.
same? Could this be the same duo?
Yeah, the
bro?
same duo that we just had. That was also a Nemi and an Oni with an Oni on ping.
Yeah, could this be the same one?
I would think so. Bro, he's coming back to the school. If it is the same one, he's gonna pick. It could be the same one.
Yeah.
Because he did the exact same thing last time.
And he's also Shadow as well.
Yeah. Nice pellet, Renato. GG's.
I found a green tonic for myself.
Nice, perfect. Use
I'm
it before the
getting it.
killers take it, yes.
Yeah. It was in the main. Now I'm on 0 hooks. Oh, never mind, I should not have spoken. Nemi's on me. Never mind, both of them were on me.
Oh, they're doing a lot of duoing.
Well, at least only picks me up, so he's good. He doesn't have his power for now.
Me and Rebecca have done 2 gens. Wonderful.
Oh, hi Leon, hi Kate, hi Rebecca.
Hello. W healing.
Hell yeah. Let me inject myself with the vaccine. There we go.
Hi, Chloe. Welcome in. How are you? Good shirt. Where did I get that? I mean, you know, I've been around. How are you? How is Valorant streaming? I've been seeing you're back to streaming again, which is so wonderful to see. How are you having a good time? Sorry, I was late with my reply. I was kind of like locked into this game. I don't know if you're still here.
I have an enemy on me.
I'm right next to you on the tile on the gen. Yeah, yeah, she's back on streams. Let's go, Clove. That's great. I'm super happy and excited. I hope it's all feeling good to be back. My god, Hex, you're such a gamer. I'm lurking for a save, but I should be doing this gen. You've got this. I don't know for too much more because you're moving out the summer and working a lot. Yeah, it's summer, right?
I
After
saw that
summer, I'll be
you say
fully back. Perfect, perfect. Fuck, and now I was on the gen and not there to save you. Anyway, I got a gen done and that was a really good chase.
Hell yeah, thank you. 3 more gens to do.
Hold on, only things.
Yeah.
Woo!
He saw Leon.
Oh, there was no Bellator. Because I already watched
Me dropping the
Renato.
pallet.
No, it was Renato.
Oh,
I'm sick!
I'm spectating you from my cage.
Ah, man.
Damn, the shot was gone. Wait, actually, thank you.
Pretty welcome back. How's the games been? It's been fun.
Also, hi, Titi.
Last game was last game was bad because there was an AFK killer, so no chance for the other remaining killer, right? So we just did gens and got out. Hey, who's
Yeah.
teabagging me over here?
Not me. Let me just.
Hold on.
No, not all 3 of us. Jesus Christ. All 3 of us. Damn.
Yes, that's funny.
I love that. Oh shit.
Thank you. That pellet is also gone. No, he wants me. The direction I there's a blue tonic. Oh my god, imagine! Imagine though. It was good with the speed boost. Thank you for the hydrate, lady.
Well, if you die, we die together.
We did die together. It's Orella time. Oh, maybe it's killer game time. Do you know how we said the I don't know if this was the same names as the other duo anyway. Do you know how we said how the long lobby time was at least taking away from
Yeah.
our killer game, and then we got so super quick game because the Chucky was AFK, so we ended
Yeah.
up with no
By the way, that
advantage.
was that was the same only. Yes.
Yeah, it was? Okay.
It
Okay,
was
we
the
can
same
play another
Oni.
Survivor game.
I don't know about Nemi, but I know about Oni because I saw the same.
Yeah.
Thing.
Okay.
Let's play
Yes, we
Orella.
play Orella. Let me spend some coins. Get white, GP60. Wonderful.
Hell yeah.
Play Orella.
You never know what the night will bring.
Damn, I can't find you. Well, actually, I look at the hair. I know.
I mean, you could be your own Orella. She was hot.
Yeah, I know. I noticed like the back of it, not like that. But you know, something like
How's Q times? We're
He's kind of your the hair.
Yeah.
And wait,
we're
let me
between
see.
2 and 3 Survivor games for killer games, so same as yesterday basically. Thank you for the dance fee. Yeah, that sucks. That's unfortunate.
And a
Um,
shirt, I guess, because that's kind of like the original
Ah,
shirt.
yes.
I just don't have the skirt or whatever that is, though.
I have your skirt though, because that's Blood Moon, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
Gamers. Please sure
Now
to
I
stay
can also buy
hydrated.
a lot of
Take a sip of your
head
drink. If your
pieces
glass is
and
empty,
whatnot when I get to the point of that from the
Get
shards
some water.
because I have every killer and survivor.
yeah, perfect.
Ooh, WPD, hell yeah.
Yes.
We have one shot here. Let's work
I
together.
love me so much, PD.
I hear a blight. He's upstairs.
Yep. And Whisker.
Okay. Are you juicing over here?
No. Poor Michaela. Oh hi, I see you.
Fuck.
Jesus, you love he scared me.
Gorgeous.
Hell yeah, gorgeous. Love you.
Oh
I'm
shit.
going for the library.
Yes, I see you. Oh, the Wesker's with me. He's with me. He's with me.
Oh. I'm gonna get my green blow tonic.
Holy I'm fucked. That's so unlucky. Yeah. Oh, I'm not injured. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm running. Yeah.
Oh.
You disappoint me.
Stress.
I can't.
Running into walls several times. GG.
Sorry, I
No,
can't.
that's. I don't even want to talk about it.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just running around trying to save.
Yeah, it's fine. RPD is
Like
rough
flashlight
for
save.
survivors in general.
Like I mean, running around trying to flashlight save, you know.
Took a hit.
He's going for the single. Never mind, he's on me. I lied.
You're lying for attention. Oh my god, you're lying for attention again.
Okay, he left me, question mark.
Yeah, he's downstairs in May. I hear him. Oh,
Okay, Whisker got me.
that's Wesker, yeah.
Whiskisha. But hey, at least the randoms are doing the gens.
Yeah, I mean, gens are flying, so it's all good.
Yeah. Aloki was
There's a
also
flag here,
trying.
I'm leaving.
Aloki was also trying to find a green tonic while I was running around.
Can I
but
save
couldn't
this?
find anyone.
Nope. Not letting. Wait. I dropped my beam because I thought I had a spray can in my hand, but I didn't.
Oh.
That's not fair. That's very fair. That's very fair. Don't die.
I got you. Go, Wendy, go.
Damn. Nah. I'm dying.
No.
I'm dead. Imagine.
Still, at least I got the same.
That was so good. Such a good save.
Oh, hi, how's it?
Hello. It's good. How are you?
He's going good. I'm just waiting for someone to get me.
Hi, hi back. Welcome in. Oh my god, I'm getting farmed. I'm getting farmed. I'm getting no. He knows. Jellyfish.
Okay, me is getting me, and then I'm gonna get you.
Blights here. Blights here. Blights here.
I don't care.
Stupid book.
Me, Loki almost killed us there.
Yeah.
Oh shit, sorry.
No, everybody just would take turns.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm a lurk while I play. Enjoy 2v8 if you can. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. I hope your games go well. I love 2v8. I should be alright here.
Well, I'm dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even save that.
You know what I learned? When he grabs you like that, like dumps you like that,
Yeah.
you cannot flashlight save. But
No, you can't
can
flashbang. Yes, you can. Yeah, you can.
You can pallet save.
Yes.
I mean, can you flashbang save that?
Yes.
Oh, you can.
Yes.
I only know that you can't flashlight save.
No, you can't. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm spectating you. Teehee.
Pinkory, thank you for the lurk refresh. I appreciate you. Oh, that's great.
Should have healed first instead of doing that. Like instead of spraying, she should have healed
Yes.
first.
Oh, she got away.
Yeah.
We
Oh
might get
wait,
this.
one more chance.
Yeah, we might
Nice.
get this. He licks that wall. But at least they weren't death hooks, so this was the best
Yeah.
scenario. I am coming, jellyfish. You saved my life. I saved you.
Oh my god, they have the he has the MLM charm, the gay charm.
Does he?
Yeah, the Quentin.
Ah, yes. Good.
Hell yeah.
Man, yeah, trying to get a 4-man reset takes a lot of coordination.
yeah.
Holy hell.
You can always be like that though. Oh my god, Micah.
Tell me.
Yesterday when I was playing Tommy 8 with a friend off
Uh-huh.
stream, I called 2 of the killers at the same time.
Actually, that is so cool.
At the Elise Mommy library.
That's so cool.
I'm sad that I didn't clip that.
Oh, that is sad. I was gonna ask. I want to see that. But... Yes, 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 you can do it. I don't know where he's going. Oh, he's gonna help the V, and I just left. Okay. Whoops.
Oh, I think he's gonna go too. Yeah, he's leaving. Unless V's here. Hold on. He took the V hit.
Beautiful.
Nice. Both of them escaped.
Well done.
That was beautiful. Cheese.
5 seconds. Let's go.
I think that's quite long, don't you think?
Yes. It's a lot of time. Hi Nia, welcome in. How are you? I was worried yesterday, Nia, cause you know I got my stream streak going, so I'm invested now, right? And I was very busy yesterday, cause I had a TV team.
Shout out to NEA7X.
Gamers, if you don't follow Nia, please go check her out. Amazing gamer, fellow Dutchie, wonderful content creator. Please go drop a follow. So I was super
Looks like
invested.
Alan is not awake yet,
I
since
did
he's
have
not
fun.
getting up.
I did have fun. Yeah, we're gonna tell him, don't worry. It was an Oni set, a Ray set, a dog set, a Blight set, and we never ended up doing the Spirit set because we lost 4-1 and everybody was frustrated. And I had to go, But yeah, good sets, good sets. We won the Oni set, was very good. We were winning the Blight set. We smashed it on Survivor after we had a rough win con. And in the last 3 seconds, I messed up in the gate with a heal tech and a crawl. And it cost us a 1k, so we lost the Blight set, even though we dominated that on Survivor. We had a 4-man out. That was, yeah.
Let's go.
This is why I'm doing these things, right? Because I want to learn. But that was very frustrating. Because we dominated that set, so just disappointing. But we picked it back up. We played a really good dog set. And an even better raid set. But yeah, so I was locked in for that. And then with my team, Die for Cheese. Oh. Hold on. Ah, I got rolled. I got rolled again. We had an Altruism League game. I didn't end up playing. I ended up just spectating that. But then I was kind of like recovering from all of that at midnight. And then I was like, oh my god, I missed Mia's stream. And then there was no stream. No panic, no panic. That was on purpose, bro. Look what she did. Did you see what she did there? Hold on. This is the Alan Wake that wouldn't ready up. Oh my god, another sprint burst. No, you're fine. Bloodlust 2, by the way.
Yeah, I can't get anyone.
Oh, you went to movie? What did you go see? I hope it was
I
fun.
finally got my power.
Nah, we got another crazy ass lobby. This is above my pay grade, y'all. Nope. I did the pretend to leave tech. Obsession, really good movie? Nice. I'm glad it was a good movie. I haven't been to a movie in such a long time. I have no idea if there's any progress anywhere. That first chase, the first down, took 17 years. They're gonna be popping stuff over here, aren't they?
Yeah. I can't do nothing. And
It's okay, just blame me. I told you to play it.
No, it's okay.
Oh, hold on.
I didn't want it to play.
My game. I'm always busy reading chat while playing Killer. Yes. It's true. I miss out on a lot of stuff. But also, I'm not strong enough on Killer. Nice sprint burst. Who's this?
Oh my god, I finally.
I hate this tile. I guess she hates it too. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. We win these. Couldn't be bothered doing solo DVD again. Senior brother kind of possibly decided to go to the movie. Perfect. I love how that works out. And funnily enough, Buffalo P also went to the same movie on the same day. Really? That is funny. Beautiful. I can pick.
I'm leaving.
Yes.
I got Leon over here.
Come in. Bring tonic, hold on. Nice!
And my power is gone. 3 people.
Beautiful.
My power.
Beautiful, beautiful. I picked the Leon.
Nice, thank you. I got last night.
Oh.
Both of them are on network, Michaela and Leon. I found a green tonic.
Nice. I also took one away.
Nice, so that's basically all of them, no?
I think so.
There's only 2 green tonics.
I think
if
so.
I well remember. Oh my god, so much fruit to suck on here. Damn.
Steven was right there, you know. You turned around.
No,
No, you're fine.
I'm coming.
Sprint bursted away from me.
Can you get this one?
Yes.
Shit, I'm out of the power.
Good round though. Nice down.
Thank you. And I got my power again. Yeah. I got Michaela. Over here na naman. And I got Maria.
Yeah, I see the Tori.
There we go. My power is gone.
I don't know if I can find the Michaela yet. Because I was busy grabbing a Leon from a window.
Wait, I think I lost her. Oh, never mind, I didn't. Shit, they're gonna fly. Oh, never mind. Hi, Alan. Alan was here to and
Save?
To save, I guess, but he had a flash. No, not flashlight. He had a one and he did the point thing, the point save.
Funny.
You know.
Sprint burst, hold on, incoming. Not yet. Saving it for later. Oh my god, are you near shack or no?
I'm by Alan.
Oh, fine, I got it. Never mind. I thought this Steven was gonna juke me at shack. He did not, in fact.
I'm in main, meet Alan.
Cool, go on there.
Got him.
Do you have people to play with this week, Nia? Because I understand solo QDBD at some point. You were on a lot of these win streak games
Alan.
with your friends last week, no? Nobody available for gaming?
They were working on this tournament. I'm bad by Shark. They are gonna finish.
We should be
it off.
streaking again soon.
Damn it! That was almost.
Oh, you're on 2v8 duos with someone later? Oh, nice.
Got the Tori.
Does he have sprint burst still? Yes. Oh, that was well played. There's a zombie. I don't know if he
Okay, the
knows.
comeback, I'm loving it.
Oh, fuck. Nice dodge. Good collab with my zombie. People have silly schedules. Me being you and everyone else being late. Oh my god, that's a nightmare, Nia. That's an absolute nightmare.
And I get blast mine again.
I saw that. They're after you. They're out to get you. Do you know what happened yesterday? Me and
What?
Lake went to the same gen to kick it after we got it down. And then I kicked it first, and we both got blinded from
Oh,
one blast
God,
mine.
and
It was
then-
so embarrassing.
I love that though.
It's funny. I think my zombies are trying to tell me something.
Yep. Hi.
Hi.
Damn it.
Not so much this game, Loft. I hate this style. We already talked about it. I don't need to talk about it again. I'm literally still tier 1, but we have almost all of them dead. Bitch.
This is basically hide and seek now. I got blast mine once again.
This is too hard for me, guys. Hold on. So yeah, it's mostly M1s. Which has been...
I found UE.
Oh, she's using a sprint burst. Hold on.
I don't think I've seen a UE in this whole game, to be honest.
It's been... Oh, the zombies are doing all the work left. I don't need to be whipping nothing.
I got Steve on me.
I'm here.
Got him.
Yeah. Other side. That was cruel. The zombies need to be removed. I mean, or they need to revert it back to 2.
One
They're doing too much damage. It's very frustrating for Survivor. Who's working on this gen? Man, bitches are on
Okay, I
steroids?
don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the blood to suck on.
Yeah, I'm just running around the map. Trying to find somebody. We have 3 left. They're all hiding. 2 injured, though.
And those are the one that I caged you, and I think you caged Elodie.
Yes. And they're healing somewhere. Yui's healed.
I have blood orbs here, so where we are.
They fully reset.
Damn, my blood orbs are max.
No one's on a gen. Okay.
I'm literally going to the corners of the map.
Found someone. I found the punk.
Nice.
Sprint bursting towards Shack.
I got my
She's to your left.
cover. Oh, you get.
I got her.
I see 2 zombies.
Yeah.
that are chasing
Should I
someone.
just pick this? I mean, who cares if I get
Yeah.
headshots? we're playing chill. You had an AFK memory. They still put so much pressure on survivors.
I should have
Ah,
taken the
even
first
that.
person, Emma.
Imagine. Nice.
got
I'm
you.
there. Yeah, I'm there. I'm coming. I see you.
No, my family is gone either way.
Oh, you can pick. Okay.
Now the hatch time.
Yeah.
Because you is dead, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, they were on this gen. GG's. Blast mine, bro. The dying seconds.
I see them, I found them.
Okay, yeah, I see them too because you see them. I'll chase the other one.
I didn't found any hatch though.
Me neither. Fung's at shack. She has a hatch at shack.
I'm on Elodie.
There could be a hatch there. No, I found a hatch here. There's still a hatch somewhere. Is she here? This way? Oh.
I'm lagging.
Holy
I
hell, you
lost
are
one
lagging.
because of the fucking
No,
lag.
I can still hear her. I can still hear her. She's in locker.
GG, 7k. I just saw what Lake said.
Yeah, that's why. The zombies are doing so much work. Okay, let me ask. Hold on, I need to ask a stupid work question to a colleague.
I remember hearing her voice.
Oh my god, yes. Play Gabrielle.
Yeah.
I love me some Gabrielle.
I've never read about or seen a place like this.
Calm little 7k, you know, as you do on a Monday. Don't go off and blind your teammate again by kicking a blast mine. I was telling Hex about that. I have that clipped also. GG's, you were the zombies. Good zombies. Good zombie work. Love to see it. Work. Okay. Work. Please. get back to me quick.
Hi.
I was not in my. I tried to move, but I wasn't in the right screen. You saw that clip? It was funny. It was really funny. Bro, it's my third ghost phase of the day. Somebody please do something. Send help.
Always really
Hi,
many are playing with
Corvus! Welcome in. I know, bro. I was just saying, my third ghost phase of the day. Are you kidding me right now?
it.
Corvus, how are you? Get me out! Exclamation mark out in chat.
Who let the dogs out?
Chizzy She followed your channel.
Sorry, gamer. I need 1 second.
Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. Take your time.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for that channel. Sorry, I had some work stuff come through that I had to deal with. But I saw your follow and I appreciate you hanging out. Happy Monday. Sending help. Thank you, Corvus. You're the best. You know just what I need at the right time. Me out. I like it, V. Me out. W sprint burst. Ugh. Besides Ghostface, how's your day? It's good, Corvus. It's been good. I'm really happy to be here gaming, hanging out. It's been a stressful one, and it's gonna be for the next 2 weeks because it's event week next week. So I'm an event manager for work, and it's the events next week. So I'm getting a lot of calls and stuff for like, you know, final prep for next week. So that's made today a little bit more stressful just because I'm trying to manage. That's why I need to go, need to go, need to go, need to go, need to go. I take it down. Claudette, help us! Claudette! She doesn't give a shit. No, you're fine. She's chasing the Jane. But other than that...
I left Spirit. I left spinach.
She had no idea you were there, trust. Oh, they tried. That was not an angle. The Ghostface there as well. Oh no. So that's a little bit stressful, and I have some new cat sitting jobs, which are really cool, right? Because it's good income for me. It's always nice that people trust you to look after their animals. But it takes a lot of time. You know, I have to go to these people. You know, you want to make a good impression. You want to know everything about the cats before we go on holiday.
The way I never touched that cat as well.
Gorgeous.
Oh, nice save.
Yeah, it's insane how much pressure there was on you. Like, I was literally hiding behind a bush for a little bit and you were...
Oh.
I don't want to talk about it.
I love that.
I feel like you're handling it well, but be stressed out. No, I'm not. I'm not too stressed. Like, I can feel a little bit the stress, but I have so much fun things going on that, you know, you just keep pushing, you just try to manage. And I understand it's a little disruptive for a stream because I had to be AFK for 20 minutes because I was taking a call, and right now as well, you know, I was AFK for a minute in the game, so I could deal with it. But that's not the
I'm sorry.
that's not the stream, you know, that I wanna give. I wanna be here with you guys, gaming, hanging out, chatting when I do go live. But you know, these weeks it's gonna be a little bit tough to manage. This gamer has no idea how to use the sprint burst. None.
Oh, it's a birthday invite and a rose face, I guess.
Yeah, he's dead. Dead as hell.
Yeah.
It's a bikers festival. It's called Riders Festival. It's in the south of the Netherlands.
Do you know when will the 10th anniversary come? Like in the Yemen?
No, we think it could be in the week after the anniversary event in Montreal. I am thinking. Oh my god, that sucks.
No.
I am thinking 18 June potentially, but we haven't got any dates yet. Alright, let me send this thing to my colleague. GG's. It's a Ghostface game, they don't count anyway.
I've never read about or seen a place like this.
Do we want double Jake?
If you want to.
Can. Hold on. There we go.
And yeah.
Yeah, but Corvus, sorry. Lots of things happening. But yes, generally I'm doing well. I had a really nice weekend. Saturday was
Do you
chilling.
see the fun's name?
No, I was yapping, wasn't I? Fong. Let me see. Oh my god. My god.
I don't know what the other word means, but I know what the first word means.
The Sable with the 666 is also very devilish.
Ooh.
And a really exciting comp DVD day yesterday. I played in a team v team. We played 4 sets. I learned so much. I'm really happy that I'm getting an opportunity to learn more about comp and to play like better. Nice, exactly. And thank you. I knew. It's funny because, you know, my mod's named Mina, right? So I was like, wait, did Mina get here? So I was reading chat, like, did I miss my Mina getting here? But you were talking about me. You're addicted to rifles. I can see you booting the rifles all the time.
Oh shit.
It's not good? What do you mean? It's great. It's such a good game.
Let's get a Ghostface, I think.
Not another Ghostface. Are you kidding me? What is this day, Hex, that you brought upon me? With all this Ghostface. I mean, to be fair, I had a Ghostface before you joined, so maybe I'm the problem, right?
Oh shit, sorry.
Good chase, good chase, good chase. Why is it not good?
4th Ghostface today. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's my 5th.
Yeah, man, looks like I know where the Ghostface is.
What? What is that? I'm stuck. Because you end up spending your life and your money. I mean, you can't spend your money, gamer. We were gonna get that last scary game. Don't do me like that. You don't need skins, gamer.
Wait, Micah.
Yes, yes.
Oh, hold on. After this, I have a present for you. Damn it!
Really good present. I wonder if we could have saved that person with it, but
That is not an angle whatsoever.
no, they were licking that wall.
Then I'm gonna die. Mel or yeah.
Someone's dying by main on the... Ah, no, someone got the Claudette. That's huge. Fuck off. You're in your Widow main era? Is she, what do you call that? P100 yet? Sable! Come! Blast
Oh my
mine.
god, Micah.
Tell me, X.
Whenever you do a sabaton, one of your goals should be P100 Ghostface.
It's gonna take a lot for me to do P100 Ghostface Gamer. I don't know. Because that's a lot of blood points that I'm never gonna get back in my life.
Yeah.
Beautifully played. These sables, they're dangerous.
Never thought about expect to hear that.
I know, but this sable is very dangerous. Oh, fuck me. There's no way that works. No, he's gonna kill the sable. I don't know. Rock tech, you know the deal. Oh, he's gonna lick that wall again. I can't go for that save. Piano points for a P100 Ghostface? There's no.
Million channel points for a
No,
P100
no,
Ghostface.
no, gamers.
Oh, hello.
Oh, here he is.
You didn't blinded me, by the way.
He got robbed.
Oh my god, Sable's taking ahead.
Yeah, sneaky. Oops. Together, chat. Thank you, Sable. Yeah, this Sable is very good. What's he
He
doing?
found a great tonic. He found a great tonic. Shit.
That's unlucky.
I was literally right here. I could've
You guys
taken
have all
it.
the great ideas today. I don't know what to tell you.
I wanna throw the flashbang right now, but they are here. So I can. Ruh-roh, I'm gonna die. Oh hi, sorry.
Hi.
I'm getting chased by
I know.
Ghostface.
Did you still have the pellet here? Yes, you do. Okay. He went on the inside! Oh no, he's with the pellet. He's at the pellet. He's at the pellet. He's, yeah, sneaking from there. He's inside, inside!
Oh, damn it.
I don't have my flashbang.
I'm in the open, I'm in the open. He knows. Do you want to look at... Oh, never mind. I was gonna see if you want to...
I've never
look
done a
at
CJ in my life.
Look at him.
Look at him, look at him! I go in front of... There's a looker here too, let me do the same thing,
Yeah,
hold on.
he's
He's nervous.
He was trying... No, I think he was trying not to...
Open the locker!
I think he was trying to...
I think so, that's what made it extra funny.
He's a female touching Gabriel though. Hell yeah.
Nice.
What if
The
I
ice
let
cream
do?
truck
She does
scared you?
thousands
Nah, there's a
of
lot of
people.
stuff that scares me in this game, but an ice cream truck?
She didn't do anything the whole game, I guess.
I mean, I didn't do anything this whole game either, I'm not gonna lie.
No, but the thing is, she has 1,000 points. Let's go, gamer.
I'm running into that move.
W save.
I need to be on Jen.
Ooh, speaking of chans, do you wanna try to do some chan shenanigans?
Of course.
Like,
always.
Like,
Does double blast might even still work? Because I think they changed
no, not
that, right?
not that, not that. I meant the
Hi,
one
Kay.
where, you get grabbed and then I get the flashlight.
Oh, I
that,
don't know.
You know.
I'm not good at flashlight saves. I'm definitely down to trying it, but I'm not that skilled Cause controller things on the flashlight
Yeah.
streams?
Oh, but me neither, don't worry.
Okay, yeah, I'm down. We can.
even
Just,
though
uh,
even though I'm on PC, but
Mhm.
still either.
Kay, would you mind giving Kay Loft, would you mind giving Kay a shout out?
Hell yeah, W Chen.
Drummer Witch, welcome in. Happy Monday. Thank you for coming by. There is somebody coming this way, no? How are you? How was your weekend? How is your mom? I just died, yeah. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 48. I'm gonna even try that, of course, Kay. Thank you so much for stopping by. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. We'll be right back.
Getting caged. I saw him looking up the ghost face.
Alright, Ghostface is boring. A GG indeed. Okay, I
Do
need
we
a
wanna
new...
wait for 7 minutes?
No, we can play one, right?
But also sometimes 7 or 6 minutes
That's
aren't
true.
really that long as well. We can wait for a bit and then
It was very
if-
warm. You turn
like
on the
for a
air
minute or so, and
condition.
then
Is it
if
getting
it's
really
not,
warm?
then we can go.
That's fine. Bro, the lengths I will go to not be in a killer game, trying to convince my teammates to play another round of Survivor is crazy. I'm that bitch. Seven minutes. 7 minutes. A tiger pattern. Yeah, I think it's leopard corvus. But yeah, it's this little vest. I like it. I wore it for my hockey tournament. The whole team was wearing
Okay,
leopard
this is taking a
print.
bit. Let's go.
This 7 minutes was not 7 minutes from this weekend because a lot of the 7-minute queues were actually under 1 minute, so
Yeah.
we were right to try, but this was long.
Vesker did not gave us 7 minutes, I guess.
I suppose. How was your weekend, MVP? How's hubby? My husband's doing well. He's a bit stressed with work, but he had a lot of fun this weekend. He played an amazing rugby match yesterday, and they will be advancing to the championship, so he was very excited about that. Decided to skip the gym session today because of that. Hi, Kofi, welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well, hanging in there, powering through another day. I know you're going through a rough time right now, but I appreciate you coming to say hi, checking in. Curious to see how was your last 24 hours. Yeah, weekend was good. Saturday was quite chill. And yesterday was really cool because I played a lot of comp. I did a lot of practice, so I'm learning so much. I need to get on chase though. That's the problem, you guys know. I'm not very strong in chase. I need to practice. But we're here playing 2v8 with the wonderful Hex. It's the last 24 hours, gamers. Starting now, it's the last 23 hours and like 50 minutes of 2v8. If you want to still get your challenges and stuff, try to get it done before tomorrow, because it is the last day of 2v8. Rugby, yes. You've never watched that sport, except in movies, of course. It's a really, really good sport. Drummer Witch. It's I'm very pleased that it's a part of our life right now because my husband plays. We've been going to international matches, and it's a really cool sport. It's very impressive. Your night was terrible. She's in another hospital now. Okay, VIP ride with the ambulance. I'm not going back till Wednesday. You need to recharge, of course, Coffee, of course. Look at, like we said, you need to look after yourself. Stay hydrated. Be sure to try and get some food in. Get some rest. And then going back on Wednesday. Yeah, husband's there tomorrow. Good, good, good. You can divide the tasks, right? I'm doing this, Jen. Thank you.
Very well.
Rugby is brutal. Hopefully no injuries. E gets injured a lot. Actually, last week during practice, they had a very serious. One of his teammates got a really serious injury.
Where else can Dracula?
The teammate is still in the hospital. They've broken a vertebrae in their neck. It was a very serious injury. It shook up the team so much, and obviously one of the players too. I think these things can happen in any sport. You know, I've seen my fair share of injuries in field hockey as well. People that had to go to the hospital. Oh. Am I running into the Huntress? I don't know. Yes? No? Good? Don't shoot me. No, 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 no. Hold on.
I kinda wanna play Spirit as well, even though I'm bad as her. But I don't want to start playing Spirit as
You can
well.
play whatever you want, gamer. You know this. I'm not fussed.
Yeah. I might play Spirit after this game.
M1.
Alright, now press.
Thank you, Rusty Rabbit. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the alert. In the meantime, she has gained a lot of a total of 2 kilos. That's great, Kofi. Because that's what they had to do, right, at this point, to help her in the hospital by staying nourished and gaining weight again. So that's at least positive. Lucky, thank you so much for the daily. For the 32, I appreciate you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well this Monday.
I don't know if the killers took the other green tonic, but I know that I took one.
Oh my god.
Oh, hi. I see that we shirt anywhere.
Yeah. I love the shirts, but killers can see me from miles away.
Yeah.
Nice dodge.
Damn it, he got it.
Yeah, this hunter knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he knows.
Does he know about this?
Nice.
Okay, I was just blinding with the beam for sure as well because I didn't know if he was too close to the rock, but it worked out.
Yeah.
Nice, we got the save, guys. We got the save. You're in a good hospital now. Got the Epic to go. Oh, that's nice because they do have nice food and it's all like. Uppy to go is like really committed to. That girl's going second. Making like fresh food that's very for like on the go.
Oh, hi, we meet again.
Bro, I got overruled.
Yeah, you did.
Thank you for the alert refresh,
This is
Granny.
my
Thank you for
this
hanging
was
out.
supposed to be my second hook,
Nice, that W green tonic.
but I took
And the
one victory,
flashbang
so
save that I got very scared
Yeah.
of, but it works.
hell yeah. But yeah, I did took one green tonic before I got hooked. It was in the shock, and now I'm at one hook again.
Perfect.
I got Cheryl.
He doesn't see me, right?
No. Don't see me though.
Let me make him nervous. Perfect! W teamwork!
Damn it, I cannot save the Cheryl again though.
I mean, she had a good run. She ran all the way from over.
I
to the
saved
side.
once. I saved Cheryl once with the flashbang and now the Sable.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna do the main gen if it's not done.
I'm on water tower.
Wait, if I'm correct, the water tower is always safe, yeah?
The water tower is what?
It's always A.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I remember, and
Yeah.
I remember the back of the windmill sign is always 12,
Yes, that's correct.
and Kalos area is kind 1, I believe.
No, it's more like
Oh.
10 and 11. 10, 11, 12.
Ah.
1 is kind of where that one person is hooked. Like it's that corner of Maine.
Oh, gotcha.
And then the houses side along the street is like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then water tower is 8.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No, you knew everything already. I only confirmed. No, you already saying.
Yeah. But still, thank you. I'm on a main gen.
Yeah, we finished water tower.
But
Huntress is
easier.
main, yeah.
Yeah,
Someone's
but
popping
I
the
get
last gen.
this.
Yeah.
That's me.
That is you, I see it.
Damn.
Oh, I guess she
Okay,
had,
it's my second hole.
I guess she got aura on me. I don't know what I'm doing. Hi, you again.
Oh, hi neighbor. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. This
That's
Kate
so
is a healer.
Nice.
Fast heals only. Let's go. Everyone's here. Oh my god, Caitlyn!
No, Kate.
Yeah,
Okay, Proton healing.
people are gonna die. People are so dead. I don't know. I'm trying to take a hit for this Sable. Yeah, she's gonna pick up facing that, licking that wall. That's Kate's fault, by the way. That missed skill check's fucking lethal.
Oh my god.
No, I'm done here. They were both here. It's GG's. That fucking Kate sends me. 5 people there, by the way. 3 injured. It's such a dumbass play. Missing a skill check.
It's
Absolutely
okay.
lethal.
I got Kate though. I mean, not Kate. I got Sable. I unhooked Sable and we both got out.
Someone got hatched as well. GG's. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you died though.
I mean, they were both there and I stopped running, so it's kind of my fault.
I feel bad.
I
think I could
It's
have saved
2v8.
you.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
But still. Oh my god, 0 seconds.
0 seconds. Let's go.
They lie. This is not 0 seconds.
Right? It's always wrong.
This was like 30-40 seconds. I need to check out this new teaser or something what the DVD dropped for the next chapter.
I haven't seen anything either. Is that recent?
Think so.
I remember
'Cause
voting.
I saw that in my not in my server, in one of my friends' server, Discord, they were talking that it might be Pennywise to come in for the next chapter, like the It chapter.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, changing to mousing keyboard.
Oh god, not this shitty ass map.
Survivors a check.
I have one when I'm at. I have a Leon and a green tonic.
Nice. W, green tonic. Oh, she's gonna look me to fucking check her. I saw her check skill too. She's gonna greet this. Mistakes were made. Who's here staring?
One of the funks are not letting me die.
Fuck. Yeah. Yes! Nice. Good teamwork.
They're gonna finish the main trend. They did it. Nice.
Nice, I get him.
I have
Jumping
to
from the
break it.
window. Hold on. Yeah, that's never gonna be an angle. Nice try. I saw them lurking for a save already. I was like, there's no way they make that. I am chilling.
I needed to reload.
Is it the same Sable? Oh no. She's greeting all this shit? It's a mistake. One second, quick tone.
Nice, that's both of them, no?
Nice. I don't know why she stuck around here. That was a mistake. She should have left.
Yeah. Stay back on the main trend.
They're all greeting shit for no reason. I'm getting stuck. I hate this. Gorgeous. Yes, 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 body block. Oh my god. Oh my god, this took 17 years and I didn't get it down. It's so frustrating. All the gens are gone. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
So annoying.
I get you.
Well, at least the Sable's dead though. Hold on.
And I think Leona's done well.
It's like she
Fuck
has
these
light or
fucking
something.
mobs.
Hey Corey, thank you for the alert
Sorry.
refresh. Mina, you literally sent that to me. What? 60 minutes before stream? I've had no time to put that to state that. It's good though. It's a good idea. I like it. How are you, Mina? Welcome in. I know it's what made the whole clip, isn't it?
I think we can still come back though from this.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we already have one down. I mean, then.
So over this game.
One of the policies on that hook.
Busy but good? Wonderful. Good to you. Yeah, here, yeah, it's busy as well. Very busy. But lots of good things. Moving on. Yeah, I can't get a handle on this game. Everything's slipping away from me. Very frustrated right now. Is this the Nancy again? Because I want nothing to do with her. Oh, another phone, bro. Look at this setup. Oh, the short swing. Are you kidding me? I mean, if you don't want to win, just don't play, you know?
Katie's dead on hook.
Hi Beach, welcome in, how are you? Bro, I can't even do anything. Hi Sunny, welcome in, how are you? Mina, enjoy the Dogo Treat, thank you for the 46. Jess, thank you for the 21. Sunny, thank you for
And
the
I got the
6.
eight
Welcome in gamers, happy Monday. How has everyone's weekend been? Oh, you've been
Leon's
ill in
dead,
bed
nice.
today? I'm so sorry to hear that, Jess. You getting your rest? What happened? Did you catch a virus? I'm not chasing it. Beautiful.
Wait, was that you that got her?
I got a Kate, I think.
Yeah. I tried to go for
Beautiful.
hit from far away, but I don't think that was me that got her. I think that was you. Nice, your zombie came in clutch and got Ada.
Nice, good teamwork.
Ada is dead on hold.
What am I doing? Like, get me out of this game.
Nice.
She
I
has
love her fight.
torch. I don't know if she's torchbearer or if she just beam.
Fuck me, sorry.
You're
Nice.
fine. Got her.
I got Vittorio.
You've been sleeping? Good, good, good. Oh, gastritis? Shit. Jess, I hope you feel better soon, gamer. Please look after yourself. An infection of the stomach, something shit. Yeah, that sucks. The gens back there don't have progress. It's hedge game now if the Vittorio dies.
E.
I have some scratch marks here. I have this fucking Nancy again, bro.
Imagine. Oh my god, and there's a fog here as well.
Coming.
You
Beautiful.
get the fog, I'm gonna
Yeah.
get the Vittorio.
Yeah. I'm coming from your iFetch games. I'm behind you. Closed one. I'm
Nice. I don't have any attachments. Fuck.
There could be a hedge.
Fuck.
Oh my god. Nice. Mori?
You can monitor. And there was a catch here.
Yeah, I heard it. GG well played. Jesus, that was rough. Nice. Yes, he said. Yes, yes.
Well, yes.
Well, yes.
W8K.
GG's. Oh, absolutely miserable.
We came back though.
We did. We did. We did again. At like 3 gens.
Yeah, we came back though. We really scored. Oh wow, you got more points than me. Nice.
Thanks. That was well played. Good teamwork.
We did really dead. Why did I said really dead? I meant to say really well.
Yeah, because Dead by Daylight things. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play Spirit.
Yeah,
Now
go for it.
I'm gonna have suck, but you know what? It's fine.
Nah, it's fine. We've got zombies. They take all the work. It's okay.
Now I don't know what to. I'm gonna make it longer.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm a big Felix.
I'm not back on game room.
I'm gonna go and get my phone to charge. It's at 4%.
Yeah, I'll be right back as well. Toilet break.
I'm back.
I'm back, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Why? I'm never on the right screen!
Oh, it's alright. The other one is Spirit. Oh my god, no Ghostface match.
Thank God. Oh my god, I still have a raid. Hold on.
Wait, I'm here. And he's here too.
I think the Kwang thought he had head on or something. I don't know what happened over there.
This ain't 1v4, this is the V8 one.
Yeah.
You can get back to 1v4 after 5 p.m.
Yeah,
CT
tomorrow. 24 hours to go. 23 hours to go.
Yeah. On Wednesday, I think I will low-key start my Killer Main era as well again.
I want to do Killer Main era, but I should have
You
Killer.
totally
And I
should.
hate Killer.
No, you totally should. Killer can be fun sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Does
I
he
mean,
not?
it can...
He doesn't mind game. He just keeps going.
Yeah.
This Wraith is something else. You're back, you're not at off. Welcome back, Lenny. Sorry, I was starting a break. Thank you for hanging out though. How do you feel? Okay, I guess we're doing it again. It's fine.
Well, I'm on that hook already.
Yeah, I saw.
Looks like one found a great Tony because he was hooked once and now he's on one hook as well.
Okay. Spirit things going.
Oh wait, we have a TTV, the Mara is TTV. Is anyone near you?
Yeah.
Okay.
11's here.
I'm gonna die.
Shit. Is this you? No.
I'm at shock.
Oh.
Nothing at shock.
Yeah, I see you. He's been to window.
Nice.
He doesn't want me.
Yeah, he wants me because I'm dead.
He's a... Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I got you. Oh my god. Now you go die still. That's unlucky.
Yeah.
Where's this Wraith? I would like another chase with him. Where's he at? Bro's invisible. Well, maybe I do a Jen, I don't know.
I think that's close for you, Alice Coop.
Very
Yeah.
good ears. Spirits. Bro, the free tag. Oh!
Oh, there we go. That is
I
great.
found the Wraith, hold on.
No, you
What
don't
do I
like
have
it.
here? What do I have here? Nothing. Yeah, I started this. Hold on. Ding dong, dinner's ready.
Let's see what the latch go.
He is so lost, little bro. Oh no, the spirit's here. That's so unlucky.
Yeah. GG's.
GG's. Mrs. Flashy TTV is upset about someone doing totems and chests in 2B8.
Yeah.
Couldn't be me.
Me neither. I don't think I've touched on Chen in these match. You know what? Since you're Gabriel, let me just play Gabriel too.
Yeah? I love how we're so connected. Oh, good fit too. Through the
I need to-
survivors today.
Yeah, I need to get the alien isolation one. That with is amazing. I need
Mhm.
it. Especially since he's Gabriel and he's hot.
Yes.
Anyway,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna try to beat him instantly.
3 healers, W. We don't see that a lot.
Oh my god! 4 Gabriels too. What the
Oh,
fuck?
that's true. Everybody's playing Gabriel. Cool. Christmas Gabriel. Nice.
Oh, I have a lobby full of Gabriels. Damn. Gabriel is on my P100 list for sure.
Yeah, me too. He's only P3 though. I've definitely been neglecting him.
Mine is P4, P5.
Mm.
I'm currently P3ing all of my killers for now.
Yeah. I mean,
And
the
then-
anniversary is in a month,
Yeah.
right? So hopefully.
Yeah, and then I will be doing. Oh shit!
Or Ghostface. Guess what? My 6th of the day.
And a Baba Yaga.
Okay.
No, it's not Baba Yaga. It's just a normal Huntress. But what was I gonna say?
We were talking
Yeah,
about
I think-
P100 anniversary, and that was free as hell.
I am P3 all of my killers.
Killers, yeah.
What I need, yeah, what I need. And then I will start again, or like not start, continue on my P100 plus right after that. She's currently at P24. And
Nice.
then after that, so I will be doing P100 Meg.
Yeah, good. I'm also getting P100 mag this summer. Pellets don't drop, by the way. Like, I can't.
Oh hi,
Hello.
Buffy, see you here. This is my chill, thank you. I know you're pretty, but
Oh.
Anyway,
Moving on.
oh.
Oh my god, he swung and he missed. And she then hit. I don't even know where she is, bro. This Huntress has got some sexy fucking aim on her.
Ghostly's at 100 feet by the way.
Oh,
or
good.
Kind of, like 90.
He's on me. Yeah, I found a tonic. Unlucky. Fuck. That hurts.
Where
Holy swing.
are you? Where did you find those
Oh!
This is somewhere when you were down.
Yeah, he took it. He took it.
Oh. Yeah, unlucky. I'm gonna get you.
There's a Lara here. But thank you.
Damn it. He doesn't
Gamer,
mind you.
there's a Huntress coming and I can't see. What do you
It's
mean?
okay.
What
I'm
do you
blinding myself.
mean?
I'm blinding myself as well. Don't worry. Does that make you feel better?
Yes, thank you.
I love doing that to friends, by the way. I always do that.
It's funny.
Oh my god, next to V8, we should do Love Gamma to V8 or full stream.
How bad do you think it will be?
I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I played with Low Gamma before and it's actually quite fine. But
Okay.
in some mobs, it's very dark, like Midwich, Letty's, Badham, but yeah. But other than that, it's mostly fine.
Oh my god, this ghost face. Oh my god. Hey.
Was that a setback moment, kind of?
No, 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 no. I was running. I didn't look behind me. I have both of them on me. I'm so dead. This ghost face
What
is something else, bro.
Fuck. Wait, this is Baba Yaga, sorry.
Yeah, it is.
I'm
Bro,
gonna
how
keep
am I
you
getting
alive.
away with that?
Oh,
That's
I don't
insane.
know.
I did send back some people in
You
the
just-
process, but I am alive. I have a ghost face again, bro. He
Oh.
wants me so bad. He left. Ah, craziness.
I have a huntress on me.
I'm with the Lorax check. And the Jill. This
I have a
is
ghost
back,
face
I think.
now.
Oh. He's like me, he doesn't want to play 50-50 pellets.
Yeah.
He just runs off. Makes sense. Hello.
I'm gonna be on this side because this side is the green is kind of covering me.
Good idea. Do we have to go save that person? Maybe.
Oh. Oh.
We were very
Sorry.
invested in the gen. No, I also just saw and I was like,
Yeah.
wait. I don't think anyone's here. Oh, Gabriel's here. Might have known. Double heals, so.
Yeah. He's faster.
Oh, quadruple heals.
Three or four grayscale checks in a row, by the way.
Now you're eating. Tell me somebody saved that girl with all the flashbangs that we threw in her face, bro.
That was amazing. That was a
They
good
we
done.
both jumped to that so fast. That's funny.
I clipped it.
Yeah.
Are you out?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Are they healing in the gates? Then I know where the gate is. I have a ghost face, but I make this.
I'm at the gate as well.
Unless Huntress. No.
Nice.
Good job. We waste
And I
time.
also revealed him. You ate that much. The goat.
Thank you guys for the clips. Thank you, Glenn.
Oh my god.
That was so
Hunt-
funny.
Look at the huntress name. I love it.
Yeah, that's cute. Excuse me. Excuse me. That ghost face was something else, guys. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh,
I
yeah,
spun him
definitely.
twice. Me. It's not good if you get spun by a ghost face. By me on controller. Something fell. I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it right now. We'll be right back. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. And thanks everyone for hanging out. My last 2v8 stream
10 minutes.
of the 3 weeks of
I'm
2v8
gonna
that we
copy
did.
the other Gabriel's bed.
Yeah,
I'm
good
gonna be a
bits.
copycat.
Go for it.
Even though it's not Christmas, it's May. I'm gonna be a copycat.
Good. It's a good fit. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. It kind of fits.
Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a lovely Monday. Thanks for games yesterday. Bro, I got booted off Torchbearer.
So I can go for medic if you want to go.
Nah,
for
I'm scout.
Torchbearer.
I'm okay. Are you
Oh.
sure?
Yeah.
Do you... No, I can go scout. It's
sure.
fine.
No, I can. You can go Torchbearer if you want to.
Okay. Lots of torchbearers today. I've not seen so many this week.
Yeah.
It was mostly escapists. There's only 2 in this lobby. 4 torchbearers. Were they console? I don't know. I would assume so because holy.
We have a
things.
rose. They are rare, damn.
I need to do something about my mic filters, guys. Y'all can hear my chair.
Yeah, now I'm seeing in.
I can hear it on
some
my
of the
clips
Discord
too.
servers that people
I
are
need to.
assuming it might be Pennywise coming for the next chapter.
Really? Okay.
I'm excited though.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
love
That is very
Pennywise.
exciting. It's just too bad that they've already.
Yeah. Hold on. One of them. Oh, Whisker Nemi.
Okay.
No ghost face.
Good. W.
I've never saw It movies before, but the only It movie that I saw, it was Welcome to Derry. Only that.
Okay. I don't think I even saw that.
I need to.
Pete
watch
Corey, thank you for the alert
first,
refresh.
so-
I appreciate you hanging out today.
Thank you.
There was a there's a.
Oh yeah. I'm blind. He's back on me.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm coming.
No, you're
here.
you're fine. You're fine.
Oh my god, I forgot that I'm a medic. I tried to do the flashbang.
Oh, I saw that. Oh, you're running into both of them. Yeah, of course. That purple shirt, man.
I tried to he begged me to stay. Hey, I'm not staying, I just wanna play. In the party, just wanna rock. Big boobs in the bus, they pump. She a baddie, she knows she a 10. She a baddie, but
Drummer Wade, thank you so
Happy
much for the
anniversary.
resub. Thank you for the 5
Little
months.
Drummer Witch subscribed to your channel for 5 months.
I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy anniversary indeed. Would you like me to wear some frog ears, or would you like me to pick random ears? I can't spin the wheel because I haven't sorted the jawbreaker situation yet. So just let me know. If you have any pair of favorite animal ears and I have them, I could wear those for your sub. Or I could pick random. Just let me know. And enjoy the effort during the free emos. The sub edge. And of course the channel points increased. Random ear is cool. I will be picking.
These podcasts is so people, bro.
It was a very tiny window, but I got it, guys. Holy lag.
I'm dead, I'm a shock.
I just used my
Oh my God,
flashbang to
Shaq.
save Alara,
Oh.
but I'm coming. He just still wants you.
Yeah, he's still
No, no, he's with me.
No. I can't save you.
Still wants you.
Sorry.
No, no, he's with me. He picks. Get distance. Get distance. Hi, Colonel. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How are you? DVD going. Aronia, how was the horse game? I saw you playing. I love that horse game, Colonel. It's my absolute go-to. It's my happy place. It's only a demo, but it's so extensive, and I just keep going back to it over and over and over.
Okay, I think I'm good. And I saw the tonic, the blue tonic by the
Okay, that's good.
tractor or whatever.
How are you, Colonel? How was your weekend?
Yeah.
DVD's alright. She didn't want to heal? We do gens, it's fine.
Oh my god, I got a tonic as soon as he left me.
It's a very simple game, Colonel, but I find it very entertaining.
He's on me again. I'm close to me.
I see you. I'll finish this gen and I'll come help.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Well,
Well, we both die again.
if we die together.
That's it. We had a good show. We had a good run. Good things, you got back. Is that Red Dead Redemption 1 that you're talking about, Colonel? I love how I'm always deciphering what you're trying to tell me. It's good to have you back, gamer. I miss you. Working on killer now? Okay, nice. Let me do random ears for...
Oh boy, this is going to be such a shit show.
You're fine. I'm chilling.
Also, after this match, I think I will play one more killer match.
Yeah. So we do one more, like, rotation, if you will. Of, loading up as killer and then playing survivor games in between.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I've been playing Wesker for the last match.
Yeah. Random ears, guys. For the resub, we got the Dalmatian.
Oh my god, look at Sharon's name. Video games make me mad.
It goes well with my fit, guys. I have little dots on my shirt and I have dots on my ears now. Drummer Witch, thank you so much again for your continued support. They kind of match, no? I like it. It's good. Thank you, thank you. You driving the Uber today, Drummer Witch? Perfect. I think so, Glenny. Thank you. Greenville Square. Lots of 50 pellets. My favorites. They spawned.
I'm lagging.
Use your ping to your advantage. I found a couple of survivors at Setu.
Oh, I'm super lagging. I don't know what's happening.
I'm not chasing this guy.
Hold on, I'm standing.
Matt,
in one place
may do a
because
ride
I'm
or two
lagging
on the
so
Uber.
bad. I'm sorry. hold on.
Oh, you're fine. On
Okay,
filler. Maybe
I
it
think-
could work out.
Okay,
No?
now it's fine. I believe.
So much distance, bro. Look at this. Oh my god, I walked into that backwards. We lost 2 gems for that. GG's. May take a ride to an Uber, yeah, coffee day and ice cream day with friends today. That's gonna be so much fun. Free tag. Gorgeous. No pellet save. Oh my god, pellet save. No pellet save. W. She got that blue Sonic just in time, her.
I'm sorry about this game.
It sounded like I hit her.
It's very chaotic.
Yes, it is, but it's fine. Oh, she doesn't mind games, she just runs. Hold on. No mind games? Oh, mind games now. Now there's mind games. Wonderful. Oh, she's got to be cheating. Why is she so fast? And people don't know the reveal emblem. I agree with you. People are just like hiding in a bush and you're like, I can see you. Are you aware? Thank you, Aspets. Lenny, I think you'll like my dinner. Oh, this Caitlin's still here. Fuck that shit. No, Glenny, I actually think you will like my dinner. Wait, where did she go? Oh, why am I doing this? It's nachos, Glenny. With meat. Like, actually. I see someone lurking for this. Okay. W lag. The server is just cooked, bro. Hold on. No, no, no! Beats! There's no beats! Wait, did I say beats? I didn't mean to. It was, meat! Meat! My Nana! How are you? Welcome in. Happy Monday.
Leon is dead.
Perfect. She has a
Get.
bug file. No worries. Nice, good job. You're very tired? I'm sorry, Nana. Are you working today? I think so, right? I'm not changing this Nia, by the way. Go fuck that. There's no one here. What am I doing? Nope. Unlucky. You're always working. I know. We got the flying skirt thing again, guys. Holy. I'm good. Stressed about Killer. I'm trying to deal with it. It worked for a little bit. Trying to change my mindset. And now I'm still stressed about it again. But it's the last two. Last two. Doing great. You can see how much you're improving. Glenny, that means so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Who's here? Out. 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 Nia's in the middle. Oh, yeah. Why would I need an M1 right now, game? Why would I need an M1? That's too bad that Hex went to the other gates. Did you get anyone? Yeah,
No, they were debugging me.
Yeah, I know. They're very strong survivors, each and every one of them.
I think if... Oh my gosh. I think if I didn't lag, the win would have been better.
I lagged at one point. Like, I missed a whole M1 because I lagged backwards into a fucking generator.
I got a raid and then I just started lagging so much.
Oh my god, the cape with the hat, with the cowboy hat, wants to teabag so fucking bad.
Yeah, no, don't go, just let her.
Oh, it was the red top one. It's nachos with beef, some rice, tomato. I see peppers, beans, not beets. Beans, it looks nice. Alright, Ari Lobby, let's go. I want to try Eerie One Killer Grind again, Glenny. But I don't have time. Not before I leave. I might play some killer if I don't have people to stack cakes with during anniversary. Because depending on the dates, I have some cat sitting jobs that are going to take up some of my time. But, I'm going to lock myself in this room and play for 3 weeks straight. When is my new cat sitting job? Let me check.
Ooh, we have a
Not until July, so that's fine. Lake is back, guys. Exclamation mark dance. There we go. Lake, are you home? Did your day end finally? That's such an early start. Seagull. I may forget Nena, but let me look into it after this game. And also, we're playing 2v8, right? So I can't actually bring any screaming perks.
By the way, we have your favorite.
Lovely. That's 7 Ghostface today, guys. It's just that day.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spend to play with you. Any other one is Wappa. Wappy Wappa. Oh, sorry. This witch came out of nowhere. And he also got a good map as well.
Yeah, for real.
Oh hi, special delivery. Did you call?
Yes. I'm right here for you, gamer.
Really?
Ghostface around the corner, Ghostface around the corner.
He wants CD.
Snow.
Yeah. Even for Talita.
Oh! He's on me. I thought...
No. He's going for Talita though.
Yeah. Oh!
Never mind, he's on you.
Yeah.
Never mind, he's on, I don't know. Ghostface, pick one, please.
He's with me. He's with me. He's with me.
I'm here as well. Or am I?
I'm sending it.
He leaves.
Yeah. Oh, well, we have Trapper. And this is trapped up the fuck. Look at the pallet.
I'm coming. Oh wow. Oh.
Here, 1, 2, yeah.
Oh my god, I almost stepped in that. I saw it. Even though I saw it, I almost stepped in that. Oh, what was not allowed, Jesus.
I don't
You saw
know.
that.
Servers are cooked, I think.
Yeah. I can't wait to see how cooked they will be with oh, Ruh-roh.
He knows I'm
He
here.
doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Oh,
CJ? Question mark?
I've never done a CJ in my life. Holy trapper!
Well,
Imagine if he picked though. That would have been so cool.
yeah.
Well, problems. No, I'm leaving this time. Don't worry about it. Fuck me.
He said no.
There's a trap here. I'm gonna go wide. No, he's back on me. That means there's a ghost face here. Yep. Oh my god, they both swung. There's no way. Oh! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy Monday.
TEAGZ_farms
Sort of.
followed your
Yeah,
channel.
yeah.
Oh, that's trauma. We just gonna die.
I hear Trapper. I hear Trapper. Oh, yes. How am I in this trap, bro? I'm going around this window, and the next thing I know, I'm in the trap. GG's.
Okay, I don't know what that was.
Oh
Oh,
no, they call in the boyfriend. Ain't no way.
I blinded one of them. I saw the trap. Wait, can I? Oh my god, what?
He doesn't work on him. It doesn't work on
And
him.
I thought,
I know. That would have been cool.
yeah.
They don't have an animation for other killers to step into the trap. That makes sense. Of course they don't. Let me check, Blake.
There are really odd things about this place.
Oh, like the way that you're like screaming your lungs out, like dying, and I'm just like, oh, there's a tree over here. Like I'm just like casually doing. I'm in my own little world, aren't I, Lake? Like. There's a tree here. I'm just in my own little world, me. I'm a happy little camper. These are great, Lake. Good job.
Huntress.
I have to see what I got.
Huntress and Oni.
If I can get it from my POV, Lake, I put them together.
Why
It's gonna be so funny. Do you remember how I put the one together? I was just thinking about it this morning when I was riding my my scooter to the horses. The one with the mushroom, the peak one. Where you're like throwing it and then I have my POV of like watching it. Something like that. That's gonna be so funny. We should play Burgling Gnomes together too, like the demo. I play with Loft again over the weekend. I love it too, like, but it's so much work. I don't always make time for it, you know.
Oh. Damn it.
Holy Huntress. Yeah. Try again, Bucko. Yeah. You're busy, that is true, like, I know. Gaming, tourneys. It's true.
Why, hello there. Fancy
You've
seeing
got it,
you.
never
Yeah.
played. Yeah, 100% outplayed.
Thank you.
Oh my god, that was so late. Yeah, that's not how you use SB Tech. Yeah, I don't know what the plan was, but she fucking ate that M1. Hi Anne, welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday. Oh my god. Where is she? Found her. I found her, I found her, I found her. That's how you sprint burst away. How was your weekend, Anne? Welcome in. Hey, I missed a message from Nana. I'm sorry. Yeah, the breakup. I remember we spoke about this last time. That's rough stuff. You're such a trooper though, Nana. I don't know if this is the play, but I'm rolling with it. You were fixing the toilets. Good stuff. Everything fixed? You good? You Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Your pizza fell asleep during thunderstorm. All good things? All good things. Surely Jess is napping. She's been sick today. I am sad. I ran so far, guys. It was not to be. Oh.
Light for a Chen, I don't care.
Oh my god, you're such a demon. The sickness going around everywhere. Yeah, my mom was not well either yesterday. Shiba, I see Valhalla. I rejected to get on Steam and then bought myself. She still brings that up. Oh my god. Your friends love getting you stuff, Glenny, just like you like getting your friends stuff. Don't reject shit. I need to go. Nice. Can we save someone? He didn't see me. He actually didn't see me. Oh, he saw me now. I don't think he saw me. I thought I got revealed when the gen got done. Guess I didn't.
Yeah. I don't think you did it because
Yeah.
I don't think I saw any problems of it.
Yeah.
I think that's only when either they kick the Chen or once
When
they
you're
get
in
on-
range or something, for instance?
No, I think that's only when you kick the Chen they see you, and also when someone finishes Chen and you are on the first pull. I think that's the only reason. That's the on those two are the only ways that you get your aura shown to them.
Bro, that Megan is panicking like crazy.
Yeah, I see that.
I
I'm
was
spectating
like-
you.
I don't get that. Good effort.
Pull part that over here.
This door is not ready.
Now it is nice.
GG's.
Chi to the chi. Minutes, nice. I can play Leon for the last Survivor match today.
Perfect.
That is Carlos, that is not Leon, this is Leon.
There we go. Handsome man.
Exactly. My first husband.
Mm-hmm.
We give 3 Leons, damn.
Any monsters out there? Show yourself.
Thank you, Nina. I'm on the Steven.
Hell yeah.
Nice, Ed. Sounds like it's been a good time. Did you have a Steve face, Glenny? Nachos, Nina. Nachos with rice and beans. It's very, very yummy. No, we'd love to hear it, and no problem.
Surprisingly, I haven't seen any of the. We haven't seen any of the nemesis today.
I know. The new skin ones, right? We have Chucky.
Oh, and a Huntress, and I'm lagging so bad I can't. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go. Oh.
Two more clips? Thank you, Lake. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, you did when you moved to PC.
Both of them are on me.
You have a P100 Steve. I have no memory of this, gamer.
Never mind, Chuckies.
100% it says more about me than about you, but holy hell. P100 Steven. Breakfast sounds good. I'd eat nachos for breakfast. I have no issue.
Never mind, nobody is.
You have a scale issue. Scale I can use where I just yeet Actus to an enemy's face. That's all the Huntress training, gamer. That's it. Getting your inner Huntress out. I see it. Oh my god. Didn't check here. Crazy. She. Oh! Chucky was still over there. I'm a whole W. You needed a main PC and I didn't want to go join it. Ah, this I remember because I was convinced cross progression was coming. I know. That's what kept me like going. The fact that you were convinced about cross progression was like, okay, I'm not doing anything changing to PC because Glenny said it's coming. We have to believe it's coming.
Hello.
Hi, I don't think Chucky's here anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so, Nina.
It's such a nice skill in battle and knocks the enemies back. It stuns them too. Perfect. Thank you.
We can do these chats.
Yeah, sounds good.
No great skill checks, by the way. Oh, we can.
You are hitting your grades today all over.
I need. Another one, thank you. Okay, this one was a good skill check. Hi, Leon.
All the Leons. I hit grades.
Yeah.
You've inspired me to hit my grades.
Nice. We have a RE4 Leon. RE2,
Yeah, I saw him.
And
Ah, perfect.
if only we got Carlos and DSO. If only.
I focus more on hitting my skill checks than getting my grades these days because Rizzy is teaching me to not give free info to killers. I can't do that in comp. And when you
The gamer.
when you analyze your games, you see how often people miss skill checks in comp games, giving away locations of heals, people working on gens. And it's vital mistakes, stuff that is so easily preventable.
By the way, since when are we on Trojan's Lab?
Yeah, I know. They've not been getting any hooks in.
And
Everybody's
since-
just cranking
yeah.
gens.
And since when both you and me don't have any hooks?
I know. We're too strong.
Crazy.
LG too strong.
Exactly.
No free infos, he says. So I'm like, I got it. My skill checks. No free info.
I'm doing the gen kind of close. Kind of between a gate and main. Kind of.
I wonder about that,
Make
Glenny.
it
I think
much.
it's easier on PC. Hitting grades on do you use the DVD app? I don't feel like I use a DVD app, but Colonel, what are you on about? What app? So if you hit 1.5k, then you're going to put 50 jawbreakers in your mouth. I've already hit 1.5k, Jess. We've already hit the goal, and I'm not putting 50 jawbreakers in my mouth. I'm putting 48 jawbreakers in the jar. I think that was the outcome of last week's discussion. Boo, he said. Input refunds, yeah. You kind of have to anticipate, don't you? With the skill checks on controller.
Oh, hello.
Hello!
Don't mind me, I'm just looking at Steam's bookie.
Yeah, that's fine. There's not much to see. Oh
shit,
my
he's
god.
He's
They're-
here.
Yeah,
I heard that little ginger fox.
I heard
loud.
him.
My cam's scared.
I'm coming.
Oh shit, you scared me.
Oh my god, I was
I
chasing
thought
you.
you were the Chucky.
Nah, well, I'm a bit big. But I heard the Chucky too. I think I was on the gen at the hill here.
I thought you were
Oh
the
my god,
Chucky.
all the Leons are here!
Oh my god, yay.
All of the Leons! Look, yeah, Sable, fuck off. More Sables. More, everybody's here. This can't be good.
Oh shit, this Chucky is here. And oh my god, they're in the These are so peaceful until now.
I know. I mean, everybody was there. It was so bad. Wow, save list.
Oh hi. So now let me get my blood points.
Yeah, get your points, gamer.
Blood
We may have
points
to-
our friends and heals.
Uh,
Yeah.
send back.
I'm gonna get this. No, that Leon. She won't see me here or here. I'm getting the green tonic. I mean not green, blue tonic.
I think she knows. I don't think she knows.
Chucky's coming.
Oh, she knows. That was so behind
Oh,
her.
no.
Oh my god.
I got almost. Chucky
Yes.
saved it.
Yeah.
Damn. Hi, we meet
Hello.
again.
Yes. Oh my god, all the Leons. Sable,
All
fuck
the
off.
Leons, Sable move. All the sexy
Chucky's
ones.
here. No, Leon's just scared.
Yeah, I won't be too, don't worry, Leon. Let me see what's in the in the chest.
Yes.
I was gonna say, let me see what is in the flashlight.
Yes.
Oh. It's a huntress in the chest.
She wants you. I don't know, I can't save you. Chucky's here.
Oh god.
Yeah, you're cooked.
Open the
No!
open the locker. Damn it.
Yeah, you just mean Colonel, you just mean the stats page. It's not necessarily an app, you can use it on PC as well.
Okay, nice try.
What's in a beam hacks? If you check that, you'll be legally blind. What's in a flashlight, right? Leons are back. That's good. Good, good, good.
Anyhow, but one of the Leons is dead.
The best Leon is dead. Unbelievable.
Exactly.
Last gen is taking up a lot of time.
That it is always like that in DVD. I don't know why. So much pressure, I guess.
Yeah, I think once gens start flying, especially when there's not a lot of hooks, people start going for saves and chests and forgetting about unhooks, and then nobody
And
ever
then,
does the last gen, you know?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, all 8 survivors are dead. At
Yes,
one gen.
exactly. And then it's so much harder to do.
This is basically kind of like our killer matches now.
Yeah.
But I loved that moment when it was so peaceful, so calming, and then
Yes,
everyone
you
was
feel
there,
better
chaotic.
right now. I hope it worked. Yeah, I love the chaos. Oh my god, I'm in Chucky.
Oh, speaking of, there's chaos to you.
Yes. Bro, they're both here. Are you kidding me? Oh. Hold on, I know how to deal with the Huntress. I have no issue. Leon! Oh my god, the other Leon's here again. You feel better,
Just
Jess?
fight for them, I
Fucking
guess.
finally. Close proximity gen portal, yes. And they're way out an AFK Sable, and the Leons are just like going back and forth. Oh my god, one Sable's finishing the last gen!
Nice. Finally.
I don't even know where that was. Back up the map.
Oh my
W
God,
Sable.
Leon, not
I
like
think it
the
was the...
sea.
No, yeah, I think it was the AFK Sable that got the last gen. That's insane. GG's.
Oh my god.
She's onto something, guys. Hold on.
She's
If only
on a
she'd been on the
mission.
door.
She's on a mission.
One Leon's in chase, one Leon's here. Who's here? Oh. Oh. W. Bro, if that Sable had... Nice. If the Sable had jumped on the door after she finished the gen, we would have been out, but no.
One of
She
the
was
Sables-
stealthing.
One of the Sables is
I
something
need
out there,
something.
over there.
Oh, there's the door! I win. DC, 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 DC.
monsters. I love it.
I got it, Glenny. I got it. Thank you. Amazing gamers, amazing. There's an injured Sable somewhere. Should we leave? Maybe she needs hedge.
She's opening a gate.
Okay. Oh, I see her now, yeah. Oh my god, there's Chucky there. She dies.
Well, she's dead.
Unlucky.
That was a one chaotic
W
match.
game. Yes. It was fun.
It was really fun.
This window! Cutie.
What did they said?
I think the Sable, that must have been the Sable that died. She's upset. Good luck next, sweetie.
Oh.
I'm just flirting with the Huntress, it's fine.
Hell yeah. W fun.
Here we go.
We got no second.
Last killer game, guys. Let's go. You done that yesterday when you were killer Dahlia? I told Dahlia it's time to DC now. Can't continue. Yeah, it's painful, isn't it? You have a very old clip with the killer opening the locker 5 times before picking me up as I were down. I mean, those things happen to me. I have a clip from a Ghostface doing that today. Well, he only opened the locker once, but he was so terrified of picking up. Oh, it's funny.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were waiting on me. I was getting my phone back.
Yeah, all good. No problem. We can't start the game without you.
Right, we need to log in. Thank you for the shout out.
Of course. It's been a good session again. Love gaming with you.
I love gaming with you too.
Nice. I'm glad it worked out. We were so busy. The first
Oh, yeah.
dates you asked, I couldn't make any of those. I was like, no.
Yeah. Oh, already hi. Nice. You can pick it up.
Yeah, on the case. Oh, no mind games. Just LW. I have, Ed, but you know, I'm not one to do tricks like that, gamer. All the stuff that happens in my games is accidental, if anything. I'm no show pony, if you know what I mean. I do gens, and I make saves. That's my jam.
Shotgun is gone.
Micah, when you were adding your dog pictures to your Steam profile? If you tell me what you mean and how to do it, we can do it today, basically. Who am I chasing? Ah! Power! Go away! I just hooked you. Fuck off. Oh, for me? Thank you. Why is he still hanging out here? Bro, just go. Is it the same guy again? Moving on. Oh, BT. Holy! Slippery Talita. Oh, I got stuck. W. Swing. You just hit 2k hours. Let's go, Colonel. You tried it once, it didn't go well. You failed miserably. Oh my god, it's him again. Can you fuck off? Like, I will take you out at some point if you just keep going in my way. Oh, this Renato. I already know he's trouble. I already know it. I remember I sent you. Oh! We already talked about this, Glenny. I remember we had this discussion. I feel bad now. Moving on. I thought we were duoing this. I'm not going against him by myself. Honestly. You fear Renato? This Dan is not kickable. W pallet reset.
Who let the dogs out?
Hey yo, Dusty! Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Why? Oh my god, overtake. Oh my god, I got spun.
Dusty _nim
Dusty, close your
followed your
eyes. You
channel.
didn't see anything. How are you, gamer? Happy Monday. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Gamers, I met Dusty 3 weeks ago. And when I was trying out for Team Solace, and we played some scrims together. And we played Team v Team
I got that
yesterday. And they're an absolutely cracked gamer. Renatos are scary. I agree. I agree. Especially if they dress like Loft. You know this pink pants? Loft wears that pants. Then you know it's trouble. You just know. Where? Oh, you're so greedy. That's gonna cost you. Who's here? Beam safe? Does he have duo? Does he? Does he? Does he? Yeah, the killer ones you were playing in the Yamaoka map where you were checking lockers. You opened the locker and it glitched. You fell flat on the ground? That's so weird. I mean, if people use their flashbangs, they can't go for saves, so I'm chilling. There's no sable here. What am I doing? This is what happens when I swing blind, you guys. Did he get her? Yeah.
Good job.
Is she here?
Fuck, Lara, I got the flashlight save.
Oh, oh, why did you leave? For a second, I thought you were gonna say Pink Panther. Pink Pants, yeah. It sounded like I could have said Pink Panther. That zombie needs hold on. I need to reset him. Her. This. He's stuck. Be free. Who am I hearing? Aha. I'm so happy I already broke this gate because of that stupid god window. Beautiful. +5 wood. This keyboard is awful for double clicking. Well, that sucks. How are you supposed to play games? Oh my god, this tile is bad. They're all greeting this pellet. I don't know why. Does anyone remember the locker bug? When you got in locker and you didn't get a prompt? Oh. Nice. Good job. Oh, she held W, guys. She doesn't make it now. Zombie? Free tag. Oh my god. Double clicking with mouse? I can play games, but this would give me a challenge. Yeah. I mean, I know you can play games, but still, like, that's frustrating. You want all your equipment to work, so you can, like...
I'm so locked in right now, it's crazy.
Oh, it was risky. I mean, we have to, it's last game.
Nice.
Nice, good teamwork.
I'm gonna pick this up.
Oh my god, she's a gamer. Hold on.
Lara is dead as well.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
I'm undetectable.
We have 3 people left.
I found the 2 of them.
Yeah, I see you.
I'm-
Oh, nice
I'm gonna
grab.
go away now. And that was only one too.
Got the scratchies of the other one. Oh my gosh, you got so much distance. You're on 20k channel points now? Nope. That's huge. Unlucky. With a little bit of help from the zombie. 1 sable left.
Yeah. We got it.
Yeah. I'll check check.
Wait, no.
Maybe
Oh.
somebody's not dead.
Yeah, Aida is not dead. But now, Huntress. We need to
Okay,
find
none
the
a check.
Huntress.
Nothing a check.
I found one.
I see a zombie. I see a
One
sable.
hatch gone.
She has a hatch. Nice, GG's.
I found Aida.
Oh! The way that I thought we were done. Hold on, let me help.
Oh my god, I found the other hatch. I hit it.
Nice.
There we go.
Where did the Ada go?
He went. Oh, no, following from me. I'm following the scratch marks.
Yeah, cool. I'm behind you. It is I. I've arrived. Jill, how was your games with the community? I know that you
Girl, but she's not making it out.
were playing on the Journey
not be nice to
Discord
you, I'm
with the
sorry,
community.
Ada.
How was your games?
Hi. She got in the locker. She doesn't want the money. Fuck.
There's no point.
What? We don't care. We just hit her.
Yeah.
Fun games, cool people.
To see the dawn.
W7K. You. Wow.
You hit me with your knife. I'ma stomp you.
I mean, fine.
That was your last, no?
Yeah, it was my last.
Nice. GG's.
It was good games.
Yes.
Thank you for the game.
Thank you.
I love you, Micah.
Thanks so much. I'ma keep going. I'm getting off killer though.
Yeah, nice. Cheese.
Yes. Yes. Talk soon. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I've got 3 more games in me, I think, here.
That's it. I'm dead.
Before we go and do anything. You said yes? Let's go. Yeah, you can join if you want. That's you, Taze. I love that for you. It's gonna be a fun experience. The fact that you were able... Oh, you're mid-game. I mean... I don't know how to solve that. Let me die fast. Taze, that's huge. Gamers Taze said yes. Good news for me, Glenny? For you? For Taze? What are we talking about? What's the good news? No, I've not seen Mousy on Huntress. We did some scrims with Mousy for the Fam World Cup, but they were on Billy. I had a good time. Is he insane on the Huntress? I think that's his main, no? They posted the video and you're not in it? W, Glenny. W VOD's not being public. I don't know how you caught... Like, did they come in and say it to you? Or did one of your, mods address it to you? Like, how did you... Why did you think that that was gonna happen? Either way, I'm super happy for you because now you can be relieved and now I don't have to file an official complaint with behavior for people bullying my friends. I was gonna talk to Dork about it, you know. I was so ready. I'm gonna go walk up to Dork in the TwitchCon and be like, yo, I have a question. Taze is getting married? Nope. I obviously have my doubts, but I think the positive outweighs the negative. Of course, Taze, it's a big step. But you're gonna be fine. You're gonna make a great pet dad. That's what the news is, Jess. They're getting 2 cats. They're adopting. Like, I didn't want to say it, but I die faster. I mean, just joking. Haha. Yes, Colonel, you can join, of course. Gilio Star, are you eating? Are you playing a few? Libby is here. Lake is in the game. Mikey's here. The shots are insane. He hit cross map. Oh, that's cool. It's beautiful to watch this crowd. I understand that. They came in and told me they were putting me in a video. Ah, okay, that's why. Dork likes us. She'd fuck him up. That's it. That's the thing. Jill's here. Wonderful. The girlfriend and I are adopting 2 kitties! Yay! We love cats here. They saved you on second hook? I mean, like, priorities. I mean, that's gonna make food, but yeah, play 2. Yeah, we'll do 3 games here, like, I think.
This is wrong.
Thank you for the games, Hex. It was really fun. I had a blast. Me too. It's always comfortable streaming with you. Thank you so much. And congrats, Piggy. Big W. We just, yes, you just looked after the cats. For a while, the owner went on vacay as a trial, and I wanted to take a day to think it over. You're an overthinker, so I thought I have a reason not to and still want to, so I guess it's good. Yeah, sometimes you can trust your gut, right, Taze? No, there's nothing wrong with being rational and, like, being mindful of the consequences of your decisions. But sometimes you gotta also listen to how you feel. You had a good time with these cats. You wanna go TwitchCon or HorrorCon? Oh, to hug? I'm a hugger. Loft says, we go and meet Kel, right, from our comp team when we were at Scotland at HorrorCon. And Loft goes, I wonder if Kel knows that Mike is a hugger. He fucking hates it when I hug him. It's so funny. Hex is a hugger as well. I believe you. Mikey, you want a hug? 2 weeks, Anne. 2 weeks. I'll give you a big hug. Ignore DVD. HorrorCon. No, any event. I understand what you meant. Nina did it for you when she laid on your legs to watch TV. Yes! Then that is the nicest feeling in the world, isn't it? When the cats do that. When you get there, yes. Lake also getting big hug. To be fair though, you do ask if it's okay to hug first since you're a hugger. I do. I do. Not with Loftus anymore. I just grab him and he's like, oh, here we go, he says. All the hugs. You guys are the best. I heard, Jess. I heard. I don't know. I told you to bring it up. You did. You predicted that well. Mike asked me whether I say yes or no. I do it anyway. That's true. I just grab him. Yeah, it's TwitchCon in 2 weeks. Also, some exciting news, guys. For the next week Monday stream, the Women's Guild have organized a kind of like a lead up warm up raid train to TwitchCon, and I managed to grab a spot on the Monday to be on the raid train leading up to TwitchCon. So all of the different creators gonna be hyping up TwitchCon. The raid train is gonna start on Monday, and I'm gonna be on that train. So I'm streaming regular times. I'll be ending at 7 though, because I'm 7. I have to hand over the raid train to the next person, but we're all gonna be all the there's gonna be all the hype for TwitchCon as part of a raid train on Monday. So we have a raid train on Sunday for Palia. So Sunday, the coming Sunday, I'll be playing Palia. It'll be morning, early afternoon. I think we're raiding out around 3 p.m., which gives us time before the tourney starts. So we're part of a Palia raid train on Sunday, and then Monday is it'll be a normal DVD stream, but we'll be part of a TwitchCon raid train with streamers, creating hype for TwitchCon. You're gonna be in Rotterdam from the Thursday until Monday, staying at the girlfriend's house, which is walking distance perfect. Yeah, depending... Oh my god, there's a trapper coming. No! No! Beam safe! Fuck. Yeah, Thursday. Maybe yes, maybe no. Friday for sure, because I booked my Airbnb from Friday, so I'll be there. Tiffany Trapper, okay. You're going Saturday? I still have commitments to the day. I still haven't committed to the day yet, but I'll go for one day at least. Yeah. Saturday will be good. And Daniel, where are we going? Yeah, I see you. You found something for me, didn't you? A green tonic? Guys, look at Jill. They're always looking after me. Thank you, gamer. You're the best. If we didn't have Jill in my life, I would be dead so much more. I'm gonna be honest. I hear a Tiffany, by the way. I can't save you. Tiffany! Bitch. Oh, thank you, Lake. Now we both die, you are aware, yes? Huh! Oh my god! I forgot I had BT! His torchbearer things. And enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 16. Nah, Lake, we're gaming. We are gaming. I remember, Anne. I remember. Take it! Serena! Save me. Oh. Oh. Oh no! Shit. Nana, enjoy the other doggo treat. Thank you for the 10. And thank you for the alert, Nana. I appreciate you hanging out. Go to the Ace. Go to the Ace Community Barbecue on Thursday. And try for program. Wait, there's another barbecue with Ace? I know, Lake. I was trying to, but they were both there. He was so excited after the game played. Of course! About we're getting together. I turned off the notifications. Is it in the Discord group? How long are you staying for? Yes? Have you been out? No. I've Oh my god! I have to put the notifications back on for that. Because I'm working Wednesday, Thursday, but if I don't have to work Friday morning, which we're expecting not, I'm definitely coming over for the Thursday. Gilio Star, you're a demon. It almost was in time for him to get the pellets. Making distance, making distance, making distance. She's still here. That's the Emerald House on Thursday for TwitchCon, so Raising Ghost you can go too. That's so cool! I need to catch up, gamers, and I need to see if I can join. Oh. 2 p.m.? Wait, Thursday. Sorry, Jill. When am I working at the event? No, it's Wednesday, Thursday. Hi, Kay! Thank you so much for the raid! I don't know what to say. Raid! Just me and Nana, right? Perfect! Perfect! I don't need anybody else. Nana
Yours
and
truly,
Kay,
09,
thank you so
rated your
much.
channel with 1 viewers.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. How was Minecraft, gamers? W raid indeed. Love to see it. Yours truly is all about that chill Minecraft vibe. Whatever on their minds. Last we saw them, they were gathering for a raid farm. Okay. Who knows what they'll get up to next? With Kane, you never know, guys. It's up in the air. It could be anything. That's the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's my Gilio? Because I always leave him behind when he always saves me. I think this is all of us, yeah? Please! Minecraft was good. Looking in the same chest 100 times. We can ignore it. It's good. 2v8's fun. It's a good time. It's a good time. It's always good. Thank you for choosing me to raid. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think I can make 2 p.m. I have to work. I appreciate you bringing it up though, and I should have had notifications on. I don't know why, for some reason, I thought after the last one, it kind of was it. With a lot of people not being able to show, should we postpone the barbecue to later this year? Huh. I don't know why. Oh. So much going on. What do you mean your invite? Are you online? Back out, back out, back out. Everybody back out. If you're not here, Glenny, I'm gonna throw hands. There he is.
This is bad.
Hi, Dusty, you're joining? Come. We need to see, gamers, for those of you that don't know, I met Dusty. Oh, cancel. Just 3 weeks ago when I was trying out for a new comp team. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. Come play. I don't know what the situation is kind of now between, Vantage and Solace. But with no scrim for Vantage, I could technically scrim. With Solace, I don't know, guys. Complicated stuff. Thank you for the dance. Around 11 or 12 was what's going for now. Well, great! A bitch just told me to get banned. I'll send you why. I've got the clip. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Lovely how everyone except me escaped. Lake, kill issue. Can I join for you? Sorry, Destiny, I didn't see your message, but you're always welcome to join, gamer. Don't worry about it. Hey, Scotty Way, so time on me, smooth, and oh, Dark is coming. Oh man, I wish I was there. How long do you think you're gonna be going for? As a witch myself, I'll bend them for you. Good. Mike, you know how you're nearly 1,000 hours ahead of me despite me having my PC a year before you? Yeah, but Glenny, like, I will tell you right now, I am online so much for scrims. Because yesterday I hopped on at 4:30 and I'm playing DBD for hours on end till like midnight. My PC is on DBD, just scrimming, playing customs. I'm not getting my blood points for it, but the hours, I'm like smashing out my DBD hours right now. Your sister sent you a TikTok and it's giving Jonah? Wait, DBD Jonah or Dog Jonah? You're going to a haunted place in June? Doing some ghost hunting? I don't know why I'm opening chests, by the way. I literally have a beam. You think he comes here? Yes. Yeah, I would have loved to be there, Taze, if people wouldn't like mind, but I don't think I can do the afternoon. We'll see. Imagine if you could add Switch hours and PS5 hours to it too. Yeah, I mean, I'm well past 8.5K. I'm not worried. It's near you, quite some travel. Oh, like actually near you, not near TwitchCon? Yeah, but I'm even further. Because I'll be working at the event in Rosmalen. So I think I'll be even further away from you. Holy shit. I'm running to an LT, guys. Hi, Lake. That does not... He doesn't get to rock you. Moving on. He couldn't see through the corn, guys. Oh my god, I got away. Insanity. Dog Jonah? Oh! Well, I kind of want to see it now. No, 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 there was no need. She can hear me from miles away. Like, what am I doing? Hello! W stun, that was sad. That was stunning. Lol. It's like 30-minute drive. Even more. Oh, okay. Well, then I can't. That would have been cool though, but yeah. That was stunning, no you? You were so quick to jump in. I was hindered the fuck, by the way. Blue tonic at Shack if anybody needs a heal. Send it to me? Cool, cool, cool. Thank you, Manny. No, you Taze. You guys are such charmers. There's 2 blue tonics. I'll put a thing here so you can find them. Take my Uno reverse cards. Well played, Anne. Lake, it doesn't look like you're any closer to making it out of the game this time. I'm gonna be honest with you. Ho! Oh, she's just... Okay. These gens are done. No. Nope. She's funny. I like this huntress. I don't think we can cross on this side. Yes, W pallet making. Oh, there's a Wesker there. Let me go underneath there. Watch her come out the side of this house. Oh my god. W. Why am I running into a Wesker? Hold on. Let me run away from the Wesker. No! He's still chasing me! No, we turn around. Bro, what a mess. Wait, who are you playing? No one saw that? Are you on and on? I see. Oh, Piggy! Dirty Gabriel. Yes, we heal here. We have Gilio, Star on the Sable. We have Piggy on the Gabriel. Lake is Talita. This is Colonel on the Lara. Two great minds think alike. It's true. Hi Dahlia, welcome in. How are you? How was games yesterday? Who's dying? Oh, Dusty's all the way over there. I heard you have a spot. We do. I kind of want to keep gaming, but I have to check something. You're dying from laughter? Good. It's important to have a good laugh. Where are we doing the last two gens, gamers? Where? Oh. Nice shot! Jesus Christ, the back rev. Games were great. Much fun, wonderful. You like topping? Come. You're a funny guy. Got to have something going for me. You are very funny taste. You're also very lovable. Don't worry about it. No, Lara. No, who's the Lara? It's the random. Colonel is on the left and... Who am I... What's happening? And Dusty's on the Dwight. Okay. Colonel, this is a very dangerous game. Yesterday you said something so out of context and it still haunts me. Oh my god, what was it? Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The problem is if I allow it now, And it'll be added to the approved words, and who knows what people are gonna come in and say. Glenny, why are you dead? I do know, I do know. That was very much out of context. Is there any more gens anywhere else? You got snuck up 2-3 times? That's unlucky, gamer. Nothing we can do about it. There has to be another gen somewhere. Oh my god, I think Colonel and Dusty get the last one. Oh, you're demons. Absolute demons. Oh, because of Shadow? Yeah, that's... You shit yourself. There's nothing you can do. Now you're curious? I'm sorry. Right the kitty. Oh my god. She has to stop doing that! Dodge and weave, dodge and weave, dodge and weave, dodge and weave. Thank you. Oh! That girl's got some aim on her. Oh. Wait, wait, wait. My Gilio stars hurts. I have to go back in. Oh, Jill, you're so far. And I have Huntress trying to snipe me. Is there anyone over by Jill? Yes. Good, good, good. Lake. Wonderful. Made a record show that I came back for you, Jill. Hold on, who got grabbed? No, Dusty! Jill got injured again. No. You out? Yes. Yes! Yes! Good job. Dusty, I'm so sad! Get out, Adam. I don't mind you delete that. It was funny, yes. W Huntress this. GG's. You had like and Lara. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Hold on. Dahlia's getting in. There we go. She wants in on this action. Guys, I kind of want to keep going now that we have a full lobby. Because the thing is, if there's only... Yes, Dalmatian Airs. It's it's celebrating Drummer Witch's resub. Glenny, are you here? Hurry up. That last chase was something else. You had Wesker chasing me, a Huntress cutting me, but snapping. Yes, that's what they were doing. It was kind of funny. The Huntress had a personality. Yeah, I mean she was confident. Huntress, right? I can respect it. I just keep an eye on this. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Deviant
God,
underscore
Ann.
and started a new hype train.
Never gonna get
Thank you so much for the 5
my dogs are
gifted.
so cute.
It's
and
a West Corner
adorable.
Oni, guys.
They're gonna be mine forever.
Deviant
Thank
underscore
you so much
and
for the
gifted 5
5.
subscriptions.
What are you doing, gamer? I appreciate you. If anyone got a gifted sub from N, please be sure to thank them. Enjoy the ad for viewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. No, Lake! Don't be getting any ideas here! No, no, no. N was kind enough to gift 5. Sharing some love in the chat, that's huge. Dusty got 1, that's huge. Liam got 1. All of our new friends. Oh my god! W sprint burst. Huh. Man. Who's here? Anybody healing? Oni! I see Oni. Hold on, I gotta go. No. Ad previewing and the emotes. Thank you, Anne. I appreciate it. Would you like me to swap out my ears? That's all I can offer at the minute. I could do another pair of ears or... Oh, glasses. Yeah, I got the glasses. Good idea. There we go. I got them. Oh my god, Lake found the map again, guys. It's that time. He's doing it again. Hell yeah, the big gamer glasses. Yes. Oh my god. He's doing it again. Yes! Are you guys fighting over this unhook? Unbelievable. Ugh. This is Dahlia. He picks, right? Oh my god! Bro, he kicks the gen. There was 2 survivors lurking for that save. He doesn't do anything and just picks. I'm sorry, but that's got to be the funniest thing I've seen all day. Oh my god, there's a Wesker. Hold on. Shit! Glenny got the short end of the stick again and all that, guys. Oh, poor gamer. Oh, you should have left, Glenny. Now you're dead hook. Oh, Glenny's dead! And me. Apparently I'm dead. Oh well. And thank you again for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate you. Beam safe!
I'll see you dead.
People call at the worst times. Did you actually get a phone call? Ain't no way. Thank you for the hype train in. Choo choo! Oh, that's a cute emote. Why did I get a fishy? It was a heart fishy though. Something smells fishy about that. Gotta be this Oni. The way I thought the Wesker was getting that. Go back for Dahlia. Micah loves fish, notably rare fish. You're so right, Glenny. I love raw fish. I love raw fish. No one ever wants me. And then you get called twice. She loves to dangle it down in front of her mouth. Oh, you mean the herring? Yes, I do that. That's how you eat herring, my friend. Just because you're not a connoisseur doesn't mean it's a bad thing. You love fish taste? Yeah, me too. You have nightmares about that? Ah, Glenny. It's such good fish. Such a good fish. Gamers, did I already tell you guys that Oni has made it to my top 2 most hated killers behind Goatface? Did I tell you that? True story. I fucking hate Oni. He's up there. He's up there. Ghostface 1, Oni 2. That's the Wesker. Oh, I took that so wide! I didn't mean to. I was gonna vault the window and then he changed directions and then I got all confused. I was connecting the... Oh, Bloodlust? Holy no chance. Heading, hold on to me guys, heal like her. Exactly, Taze, exactly. You don't like heading but kibbling? You do like fish in general? Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's kind of based. Oh, Oni's so boring, that's... Oh, I was so gonna connect the tiles. I was gonna loop, you guys. I was going to loop. It didn't happen. It was not to be. Let's see if these gamers get out. What's Julio up to? Jenny? Okay, okay. Lake is doing nothing, as per usual. Now Dahlia's genning with Colonel. We have found ourselves an amazing gen duo. Oh my god, Dusty! You almost had it! And I love your fun fit, by the way. It's a very good fit. If my view is not bugged, Dusty does have another hook to give. Yes, correct. No, my Gilio star is dead. Lake is still doing nothing. Wonderful. Dahlia's going for the save. The first solo down even? Nah, that's too bad. Salmon is good. Yeah. Good smoked salmon. Love it. Do you eat no fish at all? Would you not eat a fish and chips, Glenny? Or are you just judging me for eating raw fish? Every time it was holding hands? Damn. No, Anne, come play. I don't think I have scrims tonight, honestly. I'm kind of keeping an eye on the chat here. I don't think we have scrims, so we can pretty much keep going if y'all want. I'm down. I think we have one spot, and then we're full lobby, I think. Oh my god, the chaos is gonna be so real, and I love it. Yes, Anne. I'm not seeing anyone. We need 5 for scrims, and I only see 3 people. My French team is just ending scrims, I think, in the next 30 minutes. Jullie afkoel. Ja, echt met uitjes, Jill. So good. Oh my god, Dusty! Dusty's gonna go for the save on Colonel, maybe? And we get Hatch Gaming? No, Dahlia's not dead yet. Holy hell. This is very stressful. You don't like fish? You're Midlands. Ah, yeah, you don't grow up with fish. Okay, that makes sense. Come join the chaos. They're always together. Jill was saying the same thing. Lekker bekje? Yeah, also very good. Nice, Dusty! Oh, here he is again. There they go, holding hands again. Dahlia's dying. Can Colonel go for this unhook? I don't think you make that, but Colonel does have a chance at Hedge here. You don't like it, but it's a Dutch, you can appreciate it. Oh, I think Dahlia missed her last skill check. Hedge game, Colonel! Oh god. Colonel plays without sound. There's a hatch, there's a hatch, there's a hatch, there's a hatch, there's a hatch! Go run, Colonel, please! There's a hatch there! Colonel plays without sound, guys. No, Colonel's plays without sound, Dahlia. That's his thing. Good effort, Colonel. Good fucking effort. Colonel plays without sound. For those of you that don't know Colonel, we go way back. I think I met Colonel and Loftus around the same time. Loft, do you remember over at Crispy's back in the day? I think Colonel was already there, no? Never used sound in his life. Yeah, I think maybe I met Colonel just before we met you. So, we go way back. And they've been off the scene for months. And Colonel's back and I'm so happy. It's nice to play with the OG people. Especially... If you see me, can you add me, Anne? Because I don't see you. Usually it comes at the bottom, no? Do I have to reset the lobby? Am I the problem? We have so many people. How are we going to manage? Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. If this works, we can keep going. Amazing. Let's go. Yeah, Colonel plays without sound. Eight stack! Let's go! Loft, can you snooze this ad for me and we do it after the next game? 8 stack! Let's go! Thank you. The way Glenny was laughing, he knew that was eating me up inside that he didn't get hatched there. It was killing me! It is killing me! Colonel likes to hear the stream, so he plays without sound. That's it. That's why. It took me seeing the username to recognize Colonel. There we go. Yeah, because you were definitely when we met Dahlia, I was still playing with Colonel at that time. Full lobby! You are about to boot up DVD? Lies, Taze. I don't even believe you for the slightest. Yeah, and you're a baby in the group. I think me and Jill... We must be about a year in, Jill, no? When we met over at Demi's? Yeah, Dahlia was Christmas break 3 years ago. Lake also not very long. I think it was September 2 years ago. In this September will be 2 years, so a year and a half ago now. Yeah, you're the newbie. Not as new as Anne, though. Your brain only knows the Dutch pronunciation for the... That makes sense. That makes sense, Dahlia. And also, like, sometimes with DBD names, the way things are written are different, right? Like, that's the first nurse of the day, I think. Maybe the second nurse of the day. And a Wesker. What am I looping? I loop this. They don't want me. I do Jen. Over here in the safety. Halloween? Yeah, but we met. We met for the first time, like, in Alpha's Sandbag journey. No, not Sandbag? Yes. And I think that was September. No? Was it October? Well, Gilio and Anne got the short end of the stick there. The thing is, it feels so natural from friendship, it feels longer. I know, I agree. Yes. Woo! No. Who is this? This is a spread Lake. Lake, I hope blocker, you have me? Paletto. She knows. She knows. Lake's a demon. Short ends of the ping. Holy 100 ping, both of them. No prompt. Shit. Sorry, Lake. Good Jenning. Oh my god, Anne's being targeted again, guys. Anne always dies in my lobbies. Am I the problem, Anne? Be honest. Be honest. Thank you, Dahlia. Oh. Oh. Who's dodging Weskers over here like a professional? Holy hell. There's a nurse there. I have to go. No. Nice. Hello. Don't go there, Dahlia. There's a nurse there. Oh my god! No! 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 Jill, I was coming for the save, gamer, I promise! Oh. And then there was a Wesker. Oh my god! No! 2v1, you shouldn't go for the save, but imagine if it works. 2v1 again? I'm sorry, Joe. Oh no. I'm sorry, like, I hate it when you take the down from me and then I'm throwing. I hate that. No, I should have just held W. I would have been away, no problem. But I wanted to go for a cheeky save, didn't I? You did. You took that first hit so well. Thank you. Oh my god, Glenn is in chase. Anne is infected. Lake is on a hook. Yeah, they were together. It was rough. She left you, she left you. There's a Wesker now. Breaking doors upstairs. It was a double team again. Anne got haunted by the nurse, and then Wesker took over. It was nasty. Jill's healing. Good, good, good. I do a Jen with Dusty. Yes! I saved! No, she's upset about the whole thing. Lake, save me! Oh no! Shit. I mean, it worked. W distraction, Lake. You're a demon. No, it was your fault. You banged it. Ooh, Springbird into. Yeah, I'm so dead. Somebody save me. No! I go here. Ah, you banged it in. That's why I was targeted. You know what Rizzy says. No pre-info. Thank you, gamers. Look at you. Everyone coming together. W. W. We're off the scene. Anyone want to take a nap with me? Always, Nana. I'll stop screaming and then you can... Oh, you're at work. I was gonna say, you can listen to my voice, but sometimes I scream when I'm excited. Glenny took a nap though, during my stream. He likes the sound of my voice. That's what I do with Skirms' streams. Although sometimes I just want to see what he's doing because it's always so funny. It was food coma. You had your mouse at 100 DPI? Why? Why indeed? Did you need that stuff for Subnautica? No free info! I'm checking my phone during games. It's gonna cost me. No. They're both here, aren't they? Shit. No, I got stuck on these boxes, bro. Okay, 100 ping. Oh, new mouse? This could have been a mistake. Ping! Bro, I forgot about 100 ping. Okay. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. I apologize for the ads, we'll be right back. While we see if anyone gets to escape this game. Oh, it was going so well, and then I forgot about the 100 ping Wesker. Oh no. Lake has no points, by the way. He's not... There's no points. Glenn in chase. Gilio is on a gen. Lake's in a locker. I'm telling you guys, this guy never does anything. Dahlia and Dusty are healing. Very good. Oh my god, Colonel, you almost got the save! W beam attempt! Hi, Savage. It has been a while. Are you still on the Palia? Nice glasses, thank you. We're celebrating a 5 gifted from Anne. Colonel, you respect it? It was a good attempt, Glenny, I saw that. I saw it. You are? Have you already finished all of the new stuff? Highlands and things? Gamers, you're not gonna believe this, but me and Savage, we used to play DBD, right? This is also... Oh my god, this is a while back. And then they move on. I move on. All is well. And about, what, 2 months ago? I was in a big Palia era. And I was doing... I had an objective to get Essence. So I put in a server chat. I was like, okay, gamers, I'm doing a honey lure in the Elderwood. If anybody wants to join. W ping protection... Jill, what a good timing on the pellets done. And someone in the chat joins, and I'm kind of like, you're recognizing the name but also not recognizing, because me and Savage never played Palia together. And then we kind of like reconnected right there and then in Palia. And they're like, yeah, I used to be in your streams. We used to play DVD together. And I'm like, oh my god, there's no way. Savage, is it you? How cool is that? How cool is that? You stopped playing DVD altogether, didn't you, Savage? You're a hipster. You played Palia before it was cool. That is so true. Taze, every time I work on my garden and I just chuck stuff in there, I can feel you getting a little aneurysm for me not organizing my crops better to get more gold, because that's not that you don't have to do that anymore now. And I feel bad, you know? I do feel bad. But also I have no time. But you can min-max it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I know it hurts you. You die inside a little bit every time I just chuck my crops in. Listen, I just need to grow carrots to feed my my animals, my barn animals. That's the only thing. I just chuck carrots in. You did for a few months, had to focus on school. You finished recently. You're playing DVD again. Oh, that's great. How are you holding up? I want to say you being back. But also, how bad is it? Like... Alright, these gamers are genning. Oh my god, Colonel almost got away with that from missing the skill check. Nice pre-drop. You're getting your ass kicked. It's been a good minute for real. Yeah, so much has changed, Savage, but it's really good to have you back. The last gen is such a pain, gamers. Blaine is gonna go pressure middle gen again. Let's go. They have different buffs. You could get so much more. I know, Taze. I can't be asked. Do you know the thing is, Taze, right now even, because I'm not even doing parties anymore, right? Like, I know you hated it that we did parties because we got like free money where you had to work so hard for it at the beginning. Nice, Glenny. You're a professional escapist, I can tell. Because I do so much like hunting and gathering now for my weeklies and my dailies, I just chuck all the stuff, all the fish, all the meat, all the shells. I chuck everything in my money bin. So I'm at like 320,000 gold pieces just from selling all the stuff that I get. So it's easy. I do the burger parties now and then just to meet new people and to for focus food, so I like that. Savage, have you got your horse yet? I'm playing Palia. I'm streaming Palia on Sunday. I'm part of a Palia raid train, so it's super exciting. We're playing Palia for like at least 3-4 hours. Oh. Don't tell anyone about Water Tower, guys. Like, nice, nice, nice. Dahlia's pressuring a gen. Dusty's pressuring a gen. Good stuff. So I'm gonna experience all of the Highlands and stuff on Sunday. I haven't done anything. Good effort, Dusty. Good effort. I know you're pressuring a gen as well. Oh my god, guys. No, there's my Lake! Oh no, Glenny! Lake's gonna save. That's an angle. Yes, baby! We've got that. Back before cake parties, the good old days. Yes, you're like OG Palia. You played Palia when it first came out, hooked for months, and then kind of fell off due to other games, and now I like it again. Yeah, that's good. That's also, Palia is that kind of game where you can just chill with it for a little bit. Oh my god, you guys almost had that gen. I don't think they're gonna get it. We have 3 dead. Nice, save Dusty. The farming and the hunting? Yeah. I like fishing. It's very chill. Yeah, Palia on Sunday, guys. Palia raid train. Very exciting. You play a lot of Stardew, and it's what it reminded me of? Yes. But the graphics are so much better. Nurse is camping those 2 gens now, guys, and Wesker is camping this area. This is gonna be tough. Oh my god, you guys almost had this gen. I don't know that she can kick that middle gen a whole lot more, gamers. Let's go, beautiful. Push tech. This one. Lake is being sneaky, guys. Nice. Nice. You play Stardew on PC and on PS5? W. I've never given Stardew a chance, really. Ugh. Lake using the gen for cover, yeah. I don't think they can kick it anymore. You gotta be safe, but like, I think... No, Glenny! Yeah, to buy a second copy on the PS5 so we can play with Time Almost Here. Oh, wow. And then you need to buy a second controller Taste, the things we do for love, gamer. It is what it is. Can she still kick that gen? Somebody, the middle gen! Nurse kicked the gen like 12 out of 8? Oh, no way. Is that not a thing on 2v8? He's underneath you, I think. Colonel's gonna pressure water tower again. Who's that? Who needs healing? Dahlia's trying to get it. No! Juked! Guys, she's not kicking that middle gen. Oh, it's gonna cost you your life. She has another hook to give. Oh my god, that's free! Oh. Clip that leg, please, for the love of God! Oh, there's no way that happens. You had a Gen 95, you got booted. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is pressure that Gen for like 5 minutes and she kicked it a lot. I know, I don't think she can kick it anymore. Oh, that is so unlucky. Oh my god, Colonel got the last gen! Again, guys! Colonel with the W gen power! Holy Wesker. There's no dodging that, by the way. Yeah, she couldn't kick the middle. You had the angle. I saw that link! Oh, that was so funny. Hedge time, gamers. Do you all want to go and run for hedge? Hedge time, Dahlia. It's not gonna be edge map. You're gonna have to go and find it. Did you just see that enemy middle map? It was crazy. She was like at least 5 feet away from me. Alright, Dusty, you deserve hedge. Let's go. They found Dahlia. Yeah! Dusty gets out! W hedge! Oh, so close. Well played, gamers. Lake, that beam save attempt that was gold. Absolute gold. That was so funny. I clipped it. That's so unfortunate. Wesker stole that beam? He sure did. You're clipping it? Thank you. Ah, that is so funny. It's gonna be a TikTok. I want to make that into a TikTok. Good times, gamers. Thank you all for joining. I appreciate you hanging out and gaming as well. Chilling in chat, lurking. It's such a good Monday. Thank you all for hanging out. You vibing? Thank you for the Pedro. It's chaos. You stopped playing Conan to concentrate only on DVD and me? Aw, Colonel. You don't have to do that. You can just hang out and do your own thing and chill in the chat. But I appreciate you. Lenny, you need an item. Come here. Type in the chat, Discord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wesker, spirits. Oh shit. She's not with me. Can I save Lake? Oh, they have that stupid screaming add-on. Okay, what? Watch out, it's coming through. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck him up, Jill. Thank you, Pinkori. Thank you for hanging out all stream. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a fun time, a good day. I hope you're, I don't know, I think you're gaming. Hanging out grannies, maybe? But I appreciate you. Making your burgers in between. Colonel, hear me. Love your looker? No, okay. All good. Monday Night Rave. Love that we have full lobby. I know, that's the most fun. I was gonna raid out, but I'm having so much fun with you. Colonel with the fast faults. What the fuck, guys? What am I watching? M1, right? Oh my god, the greed. He doesn't know I'm here. He knows everything. Shit, this is not the pellet that I wanted. Okay. Easy. Yes, nice bolts. Do I have a pellet here? I should. I don't. Moving on. Nice. No, N. It's chaos, but all of our friends are here. Yeah, I just also realized it also makes me so sad when people die because I don't want any of you to die. That's the downside of all day together gaming. But it's a good time. Imagine Wesker called spirits at the corner of the map to down you. Nah, you're too strong. That's the thing, Jill. Are you rage bait? Cool, thank you. Who's here? You need help? Yes. Oh, this is a nasty dead end corner, this. Wait! Stop it. Anyone going for the save? Oh my god, they're... Colonel, teleport your cage! Yes! Perfect TP! We've got you, gamer. We've got you. Oh! What if the killer's DC'd, guys? Who's over? Dahlia, is anyone over by you? Guys, who's over by Dahlia? The Wesker DC'd? Strong fucking gaming. Wonderful. Whoever saved Dahlia, WWW save. Jill. I might have known. I might have known it was you. You always looking after us. Perfect, perfect. Oh, you were on your way to get Colonel? Yeah, and then they could teleport. Because of all the camping. Nice. W Pellet remake. Oh, she's back. Oh, she is back. I'm here, Dusty. I hear you. No, Jill! Where's Jill? Jill, I don't see you. Oh! Okay, I may have taken a chase. That's good. I don't make it. I do. Gorgeous. Nice. Good form. Yes! It worked. Glenny, where's my med kits? You might be the smartest person alive. I mean, yes. You might be. Definitely not me. Definitely not me. You have a shot. What did you do? W teamwork. All I know is that the next time I stream is either gonna be great or your PC is about to blow up. Okay. This is very promising. Oh. Colonel got fat shamed, guys. Where are we genning? Who am I saving? Glenny? Glenny doesn't need saving, guys. He's a demon. He's juicing the bolt Wesker him. Do you think Wesker knows? I don't think he knew. The bolt Wesker didn't know, guys. Hiya. Where are we genning? Oh my god. Oh, there's no way that's the bot. There's no way that was the bot. Oh my god. think the spirit's the bot. Hold on, easy. I'm waiting. Oh, oh, it is the Wesker. You can see it in the menu. Why was he spinning around like that? That was weird. Yeah, I guess I could have. I should have believed. I should have believed Jill. Thank you, Dahlia. Thank you, thank you. Did you kill Glenny, gamer? Oh, thank you, Colonel. Thank you so much. I didn't realize you had a spray on you. Thank you, gamer. You're the best. Alright, where am I genning, guys? One more gen to go. Glenny just sends it. You go loop! Fuck you. No! And... we need to go. If he knows. No! Oh! Oh no! Oh my god, it's way too dangerous here. Okay. Okay. I'm holding it together against the Bolt Wesker guys. Does he mind game? Oh! Ah! I don't know what happened. It worked. We jiggied. Glenny, we did a jiggy! I'm so dead. Got pellets? No. Lake did it! Oh, you tried, Lake. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, GG's. That was fun. It's always the last gen on 2v8 is so rough. Last gen. I'm still thinking about I'm still thinking about that clip from from Lake trying to beam save Dahlia. He got clocked by the Wesker. Bro, that's got to be the funniest thing I've seen all day. Okay, let me see this. So this is what you just any TikToks look like. Obviously for TikTok. Oh my god, very good work, Loft. Rival stream when, by the way? Ha 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 ha! Loft! Did you freeze that Wanda 3 times in one game in her ult? Is that why they said that you were bent? Well, yes! She hated me. You are definitely up there with your rival's gameplay right now. She never got a single ult off. Nah, you're just also him, Loft. That's the whole thing. No, Dahlia! Glenny's trying to get you hit your skill checks, gamer! It's always the last gen. No! Alright, well, GG's. Glenny got hatched, she deserves it. Who else is here? Let me get hatch time! Fuck the bulls up! No. Gamers, we did so well! It's always the last gen. We did so well. It's the last gen. Who's out? We got me, we got Colonel, we got Glenny, we got Lake. Jill, are you making burgers? Not the bot Mori. She's like... Yeah, you're eating? Cool, cool, cool. Okay, we go. No, not yet. I watched Loft's clip first. Let me pull that up. Your widow eats, I can't lie. I believe you. Oh. She's too hard. Loft and Jill, you guys know. Wanda's very hard. That's why I play her. I'm very skilled. Oh my god, you're a Luna snowman? Loft eats on Luna, honestly. She's his girl. A Widow main. He's a Widow main now. You play more Overwatch. Mercy progression levels 80. I don't know what that means, but it sounds impressive. Has anybody heard anything from Swishy? I sent them a DM this week, Dahlia. They said to me that they were doing all right. Let me see what I can share with you. Just focusing on himself, taking it day by day. I said, please do remember if you ever come to the Netherlands to hit me up and we can meet. And he said, of course, I wouldn't not reach out to meet up, you know? Oh, I was looking at clips. Their server's gone? Yeah. I saw that too. I can't say anything other than what's the assumptions, Dahlia. This is what they told me after I sent them a DM. Ah, Lake! link that Wesker Grab is sending me. That is so funny, honestly. Alright, let's get to Jenning. My gamers need me. What do we got? Wesker, of course, of course. For me. How's my hair? And a spirit with a big hat. I'm coming for your ass later, Lake. Don't worry about it. I don't think that commends what. Yeah, it's not working. I guess you're never here, Lake. That's kind of what that means. Love gonna run some games sometime on the Rivals. All Love cares about these days at the Rivals, and I'm sure he would love to play some games. Let me go save Glenny. Oh. Got you, I got you. No more Edge Map Gaming, gamer. That's dangerous shit. Did someone take a hit for you? Oh my, she changed. No, she didn't. I need to go. She can see me. Yeah. Nope. Okay, I need to do a gem. Send them a DM, good idea. This is put my major worries at ease. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. Lenny, you little juicer. You're gonna have to teach me your ways against spirits. I don't make that. Bro, the way I was gonna do a gen and I've done exactly nothing is worrying. Honestly. Finishing your burger, jumping on the Rivals. Alright, Jill, thank you so much for the games. I appreciate you hopping in and saving my ass. I got Flashbang saved though on your Jill today. I'm trying to do the work. Lake sandbagging again, hold on. Oh! Thank you for the speed boost! This works! Beautiful! Oh shit. I tried, Lake! You saved your ass. I'm trying, I'm trying. Thanks, A for effort. Ah, gamers, I can't with you. Oh my god. Hold on, let me screenshot that. Ah, it's bugged. Come on. Nah, I'll do it later. I'm genning. Hold on. Have a good dinner, Jill. Enjoy your burger. Glenny, did you go second while I was laughing my ass off? Bro, Colonel's across the map. I got you, gamer. I got you. Somebody got Colonel. Wonderful. Good teamwork. Love to see it. Bro, Wesker is upset. I mean, fair. Nice, nice. Good pixel work. Oh! Yes! Glenny, Lake, you guys are the best! Thank you! This is bullying? Shit, I was going for the save. Oh, that was so funny, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Thank you. Oh, the sprint burst! Glenny, you are nasty on escapist! I'ma be honest. I got 3 saves this game, yo! Oh shit. She's done with the saves. She's good on spirits, like honestly. You're so funny? How am I funny? You guys are funny. This game is insane. Okay, Glenny, Dusty, and Anne got pushed out. Colonel's downed in the gate. Leg's coming back for my ass. Colonel's out, Colonel's out. W. Okay, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I have BT, I make this, right? Thank you, gamers. Thank you. Smelly cat. Smelly cat. Lake, thank you for the save. That's huge. Gamers, what a game. I enjoyed this very much. Glenny, your looping against spirits is insane. Bro, we got at least 4 saves. As a team, that game. W teamwork. I love to see it, you guys. No, I'm a sucker for good teamwork. Loft, I saw your boots. Do you want in this madness or no? Save your sanity. I'm just saying, we have a spot and I saw you boot. I don't know what your plan is. This is funny? No, it really is. Oh my god, you're so fucking funny, gamer. I'm laughing so hard. No, you. You are funny. You guys are amazing to game with. So stuff like this is why I used to love 2v8. It's this chaotic, funny, weird stuff. Playing with everyone, going for like saves. It's good. The amount of laughing I do behind my desk is unreal. You guys are so funny. I love y'all. Nah, you guys are the best. It's hard times sometimes on DVD, but it's days like this that we definitely This is the moments that we gotta remember. The owner accepted you as the new cat parents. Stace, that's huge. Congratulations. Ew, a Twitchy with a shirt. This lobby is giving dead at 8 gens. I'll be kicking you from this lobby so fucking fast, Loft. Don't think I won't do it. Hold on, Lake. I'm still catching up on your clips. What's this? Oh, this is the save you got on Wait, you're in a locker. Oh my god! That save is huge! I can respect it. He was hiding in a locker, and then he got a beam save on Galeni. You could never hurt me like that. We'd be burgling together and everything. I know. I know. Thank you for sending that clip. Yeah, that'll be TikTok too. Hey, TikTok too? That's funny. Like a tic-tac-toe, but a tic-tac-toe? TikTok too. Nah, never mind. Don't mind me, guys. In the locker, so you can't read R and the kick the gen. Yeah, that was clever. You timed it perfectly. That was impressive. You don't know how to use a gun, I'll tell you that much. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, expect a rough game because RPD and 2v8 is not good. It's a tongue twister. It's a tic-tac-toe. A TikTok! See, that's why I can't even say it. Oh! Bro, that's 3 spirits in a row. Where's Glenny when you need him? Glenny, you go loop this woman. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. RPD. Oh, and a trapper? Yeah, we're cooked. Like, we are cooked on this map. Against the trapper and the spirit on RPD. Nah! Loft! The way I was gonna blame Colonel for missing a skill check. You've got to be kidding me. That's a naughty bear? Okay, that's okay then. Oh, it was? It looked like it was you. Why are you blaming Colonel? Loft, why are you blaming Colonel for missing a skill check, gamer? So, the way I was... We sneaking? Oh my god, is anyone across? And is anyone with you? Dahlia, are people your end or no? I'm coming. Watch out, this is trapped up the fuck. No, I'm coming. I'm saving. I don't know who is who. This is Anne. We got time. Good. I got Dahlia. Okay, wonderful. It was Colonel! I thought it was Loft, guys, honestly. You're tired of all the spirits? That's 3 in a row, Dahlia. That's too much, isn't it? Downstairs. Glenny, is anyone your end? For a pool? Wesker would kill her if they're decent, 100%. Colonel's so nice, take the blame. Nah, for real, he's honest. An honest man. Okay, Glenny's off. I think they're underneath us. Wait, Dahlia! Oh, you guys make that, right? Because you're on the other side. We have to stick a gen here. Oh my god, they're resetting. Nice done. Watch the traps. I got. Okay, they're here. Wonderful, wonderful. Nice, good job, Anne. I see you untrapping that shit. This isn't trapped either, that's good. Dusty. This hook's gonna be across the map as well. Oh! I almost died. Are you on 100 ping again? Oh no. Loft. I mean, that's not as bad as yesterday when you were on 200 ping, but still, gamer. Is it just DVD then? Is your ping and everything okay on the rivals? I got you. I have to go save. You're so brave, Loft. It's kind of insane. Mina! How is your day working out? I know you were busy. We've got an 8 stack going, Mina. It's been so good. Chaos is real. The clips, yeah, the clips channel. There's good stuff in there. I go save Blake. Blake saved. You said I don't want to ask for anyone. No, there's new clips from today. Do you think Loft's VPN is still on East? I don't think it's on. You watch after stream? Yeah, cool. No, Dahlia didn't make it! We have one more gen. I don't think Glenny is the way to go! Thank you. Uh-oh. I take a hit and I run. I don't think there's traps on this side. God pellet, Glenny! God pellet! I go this way. I loop upstairs. There's no gens here. Wait, whose beam is that? I'm going back for that beam, you know. I deserve it. Oh my god, a green tonic. I mean, I don't need it. I'm literally not been hooked. He's trapping that. Oh! No! I was kind of hoping the vault would be here, but it was the other way. How we doing? Colonel's dead, Dahlia's dead. Oh my god, this place is trapped up, I think. Let's see. Covering, walked a long way to the shop, went in, loaded trolley, then remembered I was walking, I had to carry the alarm. Shit. Oh, that happens to me all the time, Mina. I hope you got some good stuff though. Now you're tired out, yeah. It's a bear! It is a bear! Thank you, my love. I think all the listening for spirit phasing has worn on my brain at a record pace. Yeah, it does. It really does. Oh, you have a headache now? Do you want to take a break, gamer? Right there. Is Dusty out? So I think I'll do smart thing, and this is what. Yes, this was LG. It's been a good one, Dahlia. You know, sometimes. Okay, Dusty and them are out and are out. Holy trap. Sometimes it won't get any better also, you know? We had a good run. We don't need to take it any further. Okay, this is... Hey, wasn't that a great time? Exactly. Jack, welcome in. I was in your stream the other day when you raided Connor. How was your games? How was your Monday? Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. I'm gonna run it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize. Dahlia, thank you for hopping in. Love to playing GTA. You feeling okay? I know. It's my fault. I made him. I made him, didn't I? I play a match or two now and then. This is true. Because I make him. Fun games, yes. Thank you for having me, of course, Dahlia, anytime. They were great, to be fair, thank you. Doing your perk spin wheel is always a great game. Of course. That's where the fun is. At... You live in fear of being shanked. Gamers, if you didn't see my TikTok from Sunday, I might have killed Loft in the gnome game. Because I got very excited about tasing a rat. Like, if you look, like, properly look on my screen, I didn't even, like, go really, like, near you. I think you died too quickly, Loft, honestly. I think that's what happened. I fear it was your fault. Dot, 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 he says. Oh, you mean the shanking if you don't join? And I shank you. It's a possibility. I'm not gonna rule it out, honestly. Murdered in cold blood. It's your fault. It was your fault. Promise. Oh my god. What a session were we having today, gamers. What a session are we having today? Depending on how you guys feel, I say we go till 10 p.m. So like 3 more games, unless y'all are done. But I'd say let's do 3 more. Taste the fuck out of the wrong thing. It had me dying. Nah, listen, you said, you can hear it clearly at the beginning of the clip, you're gonna taste the rats. Like, you're gonna open the cabinets and then I taste the rats. That's what you said. That was your decision. And then it never was a rat. It had to be a roach. This is what makes 2v8 fun, 100%. Why am I not in my game screen? I'm gonna go watch another episode of Anime and go by my alert. Yeah, take care, Dahlia. I hope you feel better soon. Oh my god, Dusty got sniped, I think. If you finish streaming for that, have a good night. Yeah, I think 3 more games. Bearing in mind, gamers, I just pulled her burning body out of the oven before she killed me. This is true. That actually happened. I almost burned to a crisp me. Who's dodging and weaving over here? Oh no! It was Anne. It was Anne, wasn't it? Anne, you're such a strong gamer, you. This is not the tile that I want to be at with a huntress. Yeah. Oh, this is not good. This is so not good. You don't make that. There's no way. M1? No, I know these tricks. I play comp now. Beautiful. Bye-bye. I was still exhausted, but thank you for trying to help me. Blight? Glenny, why are we bullying Blights? Oh. Beautiful sprint burst. Let me go finish this gen. Oh my god, there's a Blight here! Check's gone, no regrets. Oh my god! GG, well played. Your first hook, you're going second. I'm sorry. I was in chase. You screamed so hard when I stepped in a trap being chased by a spirit, I bet. Work, you start at 5. Okay, I mean, like I said, I think I'll do max 3 more. And if we're over the... If we've reached our high points, and you need to get up early, go get your rest, gamer. I go second as well. I think Dusty tried to go for me and they got interrupted. We're in the same boat, Lay. It sounded like bootleg. No one unhappy. I mean, it's unlucky. We got carried away. Yeah, the first chase was me and Anne with the Huntress, that's true. I know Glenny was being chased by a Blight. It is what it is, gamers. This is also a product of 2v8. These things happen in the chaos. Yeah, I said Anne, no? I think it was you and me with the Huntress, and I saw Glenny with the Blight. When Lake went second, it doesn't matter, gamers. These things happen. It happens. I do it too. It happens. These things happen. Are you being chased? No, you're good. Cool, cool, cool. Don't get caught is the solution. Thank you, Jill. Thank you for your wise words. We will remember them. You got Sandbag? That is also a product of 2v8. It's really good advice, Mina. Holy. That sucks. I don't know that I have anything to loot here. He knows I saw this pellet, right? I don't think he knows. Nice. Is there a pellet here? I hope so. Dead art? Uh-oh. Nice! I die. Unlucky! Good chase, good chase. I'm taking this advice and never getting caught again. Right, Mina? It's so simple. 2v8, there isn't a lot of space. Yeah. Not like free space, like there's always gonna be teammates sitting somewhere. Let's see if the team gets out. GG easy, Mina. We've got things going now. Alright, this is the random. We've got Glenny and Colonel. Dusty with the ginger wig. Juicing on against the blight. Love to see it. Nice! Oh, good efforts. Good efforts. Anne's trying to do a gen. Love's on a gen. Blake's trying to go for a save here on Glenny. Glenny's dead as hell, guys. Oh, danger. You've been gaming in NS lobby, feeling really good about myself. I'll join y'all and get my ass handed to me. You're an amazing gamer, Mina. You're not giving yourself enough credit. But yeah, of course there's a difference between lobbies. Nice, good work, good work. You have nothing here, Loft. This is where my first chase was. Oh, I don't even know if there was a pallet on that side. What else we got going on? We have Anne, we have Lake. You have nothing anywhere. All of my chases have been dead zones. I mean, this map. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. Love doesn't need pellets. Nice. I see you, Loop. I see you all at the wall. This is true. What do we think in like catch game? And is brave. And's doing a gen. Lake's preparing for hatch. Thank you, Glenny! Thank you for hopping in! That was a lot of fun. Map. She's letting go, I think. Or did she just... Yeah, she's trying to let go. Oh, the double team. I just wanted to go get up to 70. I mean, all is well. Whatever the reason is for joining or not joining, Glenny. I had a really good time. It was so much fun. Oh, good effort. Good effort. GG's. You got Gabriel to 72 already? Excellent. 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 Why were they there? Oh no. Oh well. Oh well. You love dodging hatches? Me too. I don't mind going against the Huntress, honestly. And love Huntress as well, 100%. I love to dodge her hatches, but it's hard when they're 10 centimeters away. I know, when they're super close. Yeah, she went so close to get them hatches in. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. You didn't know she was behind you? Yeah. They had a shadow, I think, because I also didn't realize she was close sometimes. I'm so confused about something. I can't find who I've raided recently. Doesn't matter. Okay. Stop it! Billy! First one. Let me get out. Let me go through. The way I thought you were gonna keep me there. Ah. Hunter's Shadow scary, 100%. Oh! An Emmy and a Billy. I heard a zombie, I think. I did. Nice. Oh my god, he's gonna wake up and smack me, no? Do I have time to get away? How long is that blind? I have fast responses, right? I can react to this? Oh my god. Lake got away with it, guys. Lake got away with it. Oh my god, Love! There's no way you got that save. I saw that. That man's a demon on the Nancy. Give you a spirit? Colonel, save you. Colonel doesn't need saving, guys. I need saving. Don't go there. you, gamers. 30 seconds? Okay, maybe not. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Dusty, careful! Come here. Billy's shadow! Oh no! I fucked it up. I wanted to try to save Colonel. We almost healed him. They pulled you at a 95 gen? Oh my god, the hindered. Was that N? Oh, Dusty, that was so unlucky. Oh my god, look at all these zombies. Oh no! 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 Nah, that was impossible to save. You can save this though. Yes! Love test. Bro, we're at 6 gens and Love's already got 2 beam saves in. Like, what am I watching? No. Oh, good effort. Good effort. I should have crawled to the other side. Zombies are enemy karma. I mean, maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the problem. Thank you for trying, gamers. You guys are amazing. That was so funny. The chaos, yo. All the zombies were there. 2 killers there. Insanity. Oh. Did he just... I mean, I lagged backwards so hard. Oh god, no! Why was he so fast? That lag was so bad. Why are they... Lost your demon. Nah, you lasted so long, like in between. Oh, Link is here for the beam thing. Thank you, gamers. Thank you, Love. Thank you, Link. You're amazing. You know that. What am I watching over there? Am I the only one getting random? Like, no, it's me too. Yeah, me too. I died to the M1 for the Billy because I lagged backwards as well. This server's cooked. Whoa. Hold on. Okay, someone's there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you. Colonel's dead as hell, guys. Oh, this gen got done. Insanity. There's Anne. Lake's behind me. Dusty's over here. Who went down? Is there random? We can't do a gen. Shadow pisses you off? Yeah, Shadow is rough. Killers could be right beside you. Oh, that upstairs zombie is gonna clock someone at some point. Because there's literally nowhere to go if you're running from the killer. Two! Oh, I was gonna go and pellet them from behind, both of them. It was not to be. Undetectable all the time, yeah. Yeah, there's no avoiding it, really. Oh my god, I thought I heard a Billy. It was just a zombie. Got away. He stopped to kick the gen. Shit! Dusty didn't make it! Colonel's dead! Oh no. Hi Queenie! Welcome in! How are you? Happy Monday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the one. I hope you're having a great day, gamer. Why? Why? Oh, why is he here? I was minding my own business on this gen. No, 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 no. Oh my god, the fake. He fell for it, guys. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Damn. Oh no! Last stand! Somebody save me! Shit. You're good? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. I'm good too. I'm having a lot of fun on 2v8 today. How's the stream going? It's going well! Yeah, it's been a long one. We had a wonderful collab with my friend Hex earlier. And when they left, I was kind of gonna do like maybe 3 games and end. And then the community started joining for 2v8 and we've been having so much fun, honestly. Thank you, gamer. So yeah, it's been a really good one. It's a surprise long one for a Monday. That's the 2nd or 3rd time that a Monday stream has been an accidental like 8 hour, 8+. And it's just so good, honestly. Fogbite! Gamer, I saw you stream yesterday. I was gonna join your live, but I was in a practice tournament for comp in a team versus team. And I was like, no, this might have been the only This might have been the only chance to get, that I get to game with you. This 2v8. Such a pity. Oh my god, Nemi's here. I'm gonna die so fucking fast. Okay. Maybe nobody dies. Maybe nobody dies from that. Oh no. I'm not here. Don't worry about it. I'm not here. Oh, it's been a very long 3 games. Yeah, because what time did Hex hop off? Yeah, it's been like 2 hours. I don't know. Who's on a gen over here? Locked. He knows the win con, guys. He's on the gens. There we go. How's your Monday, Folkbite? And how was the stream yesterday? Nice, you did mention DVD not streaming, so I assume that was the case. Yeah, we did a juicer of a practice match. Who's over there? Lake. Oh my god, Love. No! I didn't mean to teabag him! I was crouching! Okay, he doesn't chase me. No, Loft, I was coming to save you. Where did you go? It was not to be, gamers. $5:30 is here? Yeah. It's been a long one. But it's been so good. It's 8 hours is crazy. I know. Especially, right? When it's kind of like happening naturally. Just because it's been fun. No! Oh, this Billy's gonna snipe me on this gate here. Hold on. He's silent and he knows it. No! Oh, I should have committed maybe. Well, now it's fucked. Who's here? Billy, I told you. No, no, no. Zombie? Nemi? He's holding it! He's holding it! Okay. Hold on, gamers. I'll be right with you. No, the pellet's gone! Hatch right here. Please. Somebody. Prayers in the chat for the hatch, please! No, there's an enemy! I'm cooked now. I got the map. Hold on, Ashmap Gaming. No! So close, guys. Thank you for the games, love. Thank you for the saves. You were amazing. Thanks for your XP to explode. Oh, XP to explode. Oh shit. I think you had 5 hours when Hex left. Oh god. Yeah, it's been such a good one. It's been a really good time. We're gonna do one more for anyone that wants to stay on. GG's gamers, we almost had like 4 men out and then we had nobody out. That was well played from them. I should have stocked that gate. I was scared when I heard the terror radius. So toxic. Why am I toxic? Wait, what are we talking about? I'm not toxic. Is Glenny being toxic again? I don't know. When is he not toxic? I know, it's true. I'm not the... Oh, the one who teabagged the killer. Yes. Listen! I was crouching because I thought he didn't see me. But then it turned into him directly looking in at me and it looked like I was teabagging him for a chase. That was not the case. Okay. It was not the case. It felt like forever that Billy chased me. He was going insane. You did so well. Is Lake coming back, guys? What are we thinking? It's usually Piggy, yeah, I agree. I think maybe I know who we're gonna raid. Trying to look at who we raided recently. All of our friends have been already raided. I think we found someone. If they're still gonna be live. I assume so. You almost escaped? I know, me too. Me too. Maybe this is not the way to go. Maybe we go raid someone new, guys. Okay. Trapper. Not true. Michael would sell me off for teabag and quite frankly I'm afraid. Yeah. Fuck off, Lake. Stupid zombie. Just give you away when you're sneaking. Sometimes a skill check gives you away. It's Silent Billy again, I think. Bro, Billy and Trapper, that's gonna be nasty because on the one hand you're gonna be running away from the Billy and then you're gonna be running into the traps. Oh my god. No trap here? No trap here. Oh, that hits! I'm sick. Okay, mistakes were made. Hold on, I jiggy. Oh, I didn't jiggy nothing. Help, help. Yeah, that was funny. I know, it's not a bear. He's huffing and puffing. He has no terror radius. It's an awful time, really. Oh, there's literally healing tonic there. Hi, Stinty. Congrats on 1.5k. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know. We want the bear, Mina. They didn't know. They didn't know. Stinty, how was your weekend? Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 31. Gamers, if you've not redeemed your daily, please do so. We're gonna end after this game. Don't forget to redeem your daily doggo treat. They're good today, I promise. It was great. Nice weekend. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. I save N. Hold on. It's good. Okay, come. Find all the tonics. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me in the day-to-day, Stinty. I just need to be... Yes! Very good tonics. I just need to be careful with sports still. But it's fine. I've got crazy 2 weeks ahead. Because work events next week, I'm I'm event manager for the Riders Festival in Autotron in Rosmalen, which is next week. So it's gonna be long days next week for build up, and then straight into TwitchCon, and then straight into flying to Montreal for the DVD anniversary party. So, yes. Shit, you need to buy tickets. Get your tickets. Hold on. Yeah, it's in 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm going Montreal. Hell yeah. I mean, it's convenient, right? Stunty, my dad lives in Montreal, so I have a free place to stay. I'm gonna go spend 2 weeks with my family. Ah, that is so unlucky that he turns. He's not going for the gen. That quarter turn made it impossible for me to save that. And Glenny's coming to Montreal with me, yes. I'm gonna put him in the suitcase and he's joining me. It'll be easy peasy. That's it. Yeah, there, I said it. Don't tell anyone though. Very dope, very dope. I'm looking forward to it. I'm working on cosplays for TwitchCon. I'm working on cosplays for Montreal. We're gonna be in the witchy corner. We're gonna be Sable, Michaela, all the good stuff. All the good witchy stuff. Mina, I have to remember to bring my Michaela bag that you got me. I'm gonna have to like put it somewhere ready. Yeah. Colonel is such a juicer. He doesn't know yet that he lost the trapper because he's playing without sound and he doesn't look behind him. But he juiced the fuck out of that trapper. I fucking love that. Mina, I have a clip for you from earlier. Gladdy knows already which clip I'm talking about. It was a hatch situation. It was painful. Who's this? Oh, they're always turning away from me, guys. I can't make these saves. What do you mean? I thought it would be handy. You're so right. We have a killer DC. The Billy DC'd. Did you get saved, gamer, by someone? That's huge. The Billy DC, guys. Make some space. Yes, Stunty comes in my suitcase as well. You have one side with Glenny. I got Stunty on the other side. We all go Montreal. Hold on. Lake, did you save the Davids? Nah, the way he looked away from us and there was someone else there to save. That is huge. Was it Anne? Be honest. No! I don't know where the traps are. Not here. Not here. Sorry! Coming through! He broke the pallet. Where do I go? I go here. Errors were made, guys. I have to be honest. Hold on. No, Lake, don't die! Oh my god, you tried! You almost had it too. Beautiful. Big talk from someone who wants to go to McDonald's with me. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you guys for trying to save. And we're coming for you, don't worry. I'm gonna step right here. We need you right here because I don't want to step in a trap. Perfect. Yes, I knew, Anne. I thought it was you. That was so well played. The way me and Lake pressured it from the one side, and he got so nervous he turned around. Okay, Dusty's out. Beautiful gaming, Dusty. Wonderful, wonderful. No! Okay, same hook. Hold on. She died at the same place. Right here. Come. Bro. You've got to be kidding me right now. Terper's here, guys. Or is Billy? I don't know. I'm going for safe. Okay, watch out. No! I'm in chains? No, 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 no! This was not supposed to happen. Oh! That is hell. Oh, thank you guys for trying! GG's, you went out accidentally? All good, Dusty. All good. I was trying to save the random, y'all. I was trying to save the random. Thanks for everybody for jumping in. Trying to get that. You guys are amazing. Beautiful. Everybody made it out. GG's. Well done. The gamers, thank you so much. That was fun times. It really was. Trevor was standing in front of him. Yes. What the fuck? Yeah, and it kind of like the bot Billy kind of lagged out. We celebrate with the dance! Love to see it. Alright, where are we going, guys? I don't know. Let's go to an old friend. They've just gone live. Thank you guys for the dance. They're playing some 2v8 DBD last day. We met them almost a year ago. It was from Ace's community. They came to raid me on my birthday last year, which is almost a month ago. So that's a W. Bro, this was golden. Oh, we had 2 killers DC because we're just too good. We're just that good. Gamers, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for chatting, chilling, gaming, lurking, hanging out. What a great Monday it has been. I had so much fun. I really needed this. So many funny moments. Absolutely wonderful. We're back Wednesday. Golden. We're back Wednesday, regular stream, no 2v8. We gotta get on that rank grind. I am like bronze 4, 2 pips in. I need to get to that area 1 before I leave for Canada. So we gotta be on the grind. Thanks all, Rich 100. Bye now. Great grind, Colonel. Well done. We're going up, up, up. Yes, so many funny moments indeed. Joe, I knew you were gonna do that. I was ready for it. Thank you for the stream. No, thank you guys for hanging out. I hope to see you on Wednesday. We're gonna go on raid. Let's go and say hi, please. Can I type in here, please? Hello? Copy the raid message. Spam it in their chats. Share the love. And then thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for the follows, Hex. Thank you so much for the collab. And thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Yours truly. Thank you for the raids. Thanks everyone for the stream streaks. Drummer Raids, thank you so much for the resub. Thank everyone for the redeems. And for the good time. For the stream streaks. For the doggo treats. I appreciate you. I will be back on Wednesday. I hope to see you then. Normal 1v4 DBD. Let's see if we remember how to play. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. I'll see you around, gamers. Bye.
With my Twitch chat